Recording. All right, everyone. Let's see. We left off last session. You were in the great kingdom of Lethanti, the elven kingdom to the southern side of the kingdom of Volstagg. You were in Telthassel, the capital city of the elven realm, where you uh, received an audience from the king of the elves himself, Lethanti. I mean, sorry, Litharian. Oops, my bad. Litharian. There you learned all kinds of things. You learned that at some point in time in the past, Elana showed up in Lethanti at Telthassel, injured. You learned that the elves healed him, after which he performed some arcane rite on top of their school of wizardry, summoning a dragon. Litharian assumed the dragon was there summoned to destroy Telthassel. But the dragon then just disappeared without a trace. And then the next thing that happened, he showed up right in the throne room with a powerful magical staff. And atop that staff was a godstone, that its power was undeniable. And the evil emanating from it was so strong that Elanus was banished from the kingdom. When Letharian took power after his father died, he removed the banishment. And you learned that Letharian deems Elanus like a nephew, and he misses his nephew. He hasn't had word from his nephew in some time. And then you got to the scholar, Festinius, where you learned that there might be more to Ivor's dreams. The dreams of him running through the forest on all four legs, through a strange land, encountering a black armored clad knight with an emblem of the rose and kingfisher on his breastplate. The knight threatens Ivor in every dream before he wakes up. Festinius seems to think that Ivor must be connected to someone or something, and then that connection is showing him what that person is seeing. And that person may or may not be on this plane of existence. There were talk of strange things happening when misty nights or mornings appear, people going into the mist and never coming out. And that's pretty much where we left off last session. You're still in the throne room, still in the audience of Festinius. Letharian is still in the room as well, but he's off with his dignitaries, just talking about the day to day doldrum of running a kingdom. What are you guys going to do?
I think we had we had that speech happen. I don't know what you want to call that. We did that afterwards. We ended up going to a private room, and
Hmm.
all of us collectively were there.
Yes, talking about various many things. This is true. But still in
Yeah, I
the
gave
go ahead.
I was just gonna say I gave him a little bit of background on Ivor and Ashpaw's like how they're connected, why their connection is so strong, and and then talked about basically not our group having one leader, but all of us learning to lead together, just as a unit, using our strengths for that to lead when the moment is for each person. So when each one time comes up that they can then they take their turn leading and helping the group the best way that they can.
And if I remember right, there was a lot of winking and nudging towards Nova on that too, if I remember right.
She changed
1,000%.
that. She changed that. She said no. She said, I don't say that. Shut up.
Yeah.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Yeah, Nova. Yeah.
Everybody has their own strengths and weaknesses. That's exactly what Ivor said. And that's exactly what we focus on when talking about that.
And some nudging and winking.
Yes.
Fuck,
So
I
with
don't know where
this,
to go from there.
with this new,
Nudging and winking about the cute couple.
yeah, yeah.
There ain't no couple. There ain't no couple.
Are we sure about
We're
that?
not.
That's all I'm saying. I don't know.
We're,
Not what I read.
in chat.
Hear me out.
Is Ivor sitting?
Yeah, that's up to
Probably.
Ivor. Are you sitting or standing?
Standing.
Okay, never mind then.
I think I
Caleb
know.
is going to say, now that we kind of have an idea of what we're going to do, what we need to do, I feel like it would be a very strong idea for us to head back to Ballstar.
I think that's a good idea.
Sounds good to me.
We've
Although
got
I'm a
more
little
than just one or
concerned.
two things that we need to accomplish there.
Freaking.
Let us go.
Where were we gonna oh, I forgot her name already. Such a horrible freaking note taker.
The Golden Spoon, Genaria?
Yes. She was gonna grab our like horses and stuff. If we
Mm-hmm.
go right back there, is she just gonna not be there yet?
Well, you don't know if she's going to be there or not, but
Right. I don't know how long it would take to
We do
go
have
there and back and come back.
the rings that we can communicate with her and say, "Hey, change of plans. We're going to Ballstar."
Yeah, I forgot about
You're
that
right.
ring.
You're
One
right.
ring to rule them
Question
all.
before we go too much further. We're still currently level 4, right? We didn't get any experience last session.
I don't even know how much experience we were supposed to have exactly.
Yeah.
well, I'll make
Yeah,
sure
we're
that
still
at the end of this session, everyone will get their experience. But for now,
Okay.
I believe everyone's still 4.
Okay.
Yeah, we should be 4.
Just making sure I did not miss that. What do you mean you guys are level 8?
Yeah, right. What happened? What did I miss?
Man, missed the off session, man.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm number 12. What the heck are you talking?
Yeah, right.
I cast Wish.
It doesn't count because he paid for it. He paid for his level 12.
Pay to win shit.
It's all part of my seasonal model. If you want to, you can apply to the
Hey.
battle pass.
Yeah.
Right.
Because I'm a pretty boy, don't mean anything. Now, come on.
Oh.
All right, pretty boy.
And Kayla, I don't know what we're going to have to do about that audio, but that is something else. You sound muffled.
It is pretty bad. I mean,
I'm
I
not
just
used
don't know.
not used to that from you.
It's like whatever you had prior was working better. Even though it was bad, it was working better.
And before we get too far, make sure that your tokens that are on the splash page are current and up to date. I'm pretty sure they are, but it's always good to take a double check.
Mine is good.
Mine's fine.
Joking on what page?
Roll 20.
Yeah, roll 20 on the splash page. That's what I call
Yeah.
the creepy crypt background. I
That's
just call
exactly what
that will
I've
do.
seen
That one will
one of
do.
our
Not the one that I would like, but that one will do.
Yeah, me too. But that's exactly what I seen whenever we went into the first temple. That's what I imagined. Maybe a bit
Mm-hmm.
more, mossy type, etc. But
Yeah,
Looks
creepy and
good to
spooky.
me.
So you're going to head back to Volstagg. Now, if I remember correctly, to get to the Golden Spoon, to get from the Golden Spoon till Telthassil, I believe that was only a few hour journey on foot.
yeah, I think it was like
Mhm.
half a day or
Yeah,
something like
about
Yeah,
that.
there was enough time to have a great conversation on the way up there.
Yeah,
right.
poor Ivor over there.
So, just for some reference, um, I know the people that might be watching the stream might not know this, but there is a world. I could have sworn I posted a world map in Golden, didn't I?
I
Yes, you
believe
do.
so.
I can
Yeah.
post it again. Not that big of a deal. It's just a small thing, and then I can kind of give you an idea of exactly where the Golden Spoon would fall on your journey. Like I said, the map's a work in progress. I'll work on it again later. So if you're looking at the map, right, and you see the city of Telthassil, figure the Golden Spoon would be roughly an inch or so higher into Falstaff. So it's definitely on the southern end, but it's on the western coast. So that will give you an idea of where the Golden Spoon is at. So you take your leave with all this newfound information, and you begin the trek north to the kingdom of Volstagg, heading for the Golden Spoon, unless you want to go straight to Volstagg. I mean, honestly, it's not that far out of your way to, stop at the Golden Spoon, get your horses, and then continue on.
Probably best to do that.
Hmm. Yeah, because she's got something of mine that I want.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially if she may have gotten our mail or messages or missives or whatever you call it.
Mm. If we didn't receive any mail, yeah, if she picked up anything.
Yeah, so I mean that's up to you guys. Perfectly fine either way.
Let's stop there.
Is there a route that's quicker from where we're at to Volstagg, or is going the way, like passing through and going to Golden Spoon and then to Volstagg? Is that a straight? Which one's a straighter, quicker path?
If you take the most direct route through the countryside of the kingdom to Volstagg, that will be the quickest. Going to the Golden Spoon may add an hour or so to the journey, but it's not going to add much.
Okay, so then yeah, we could slip by Golden. I would say slipping by Golden Spoon wouldn't be that much out of our way then. But I'm sure that uh, Longtooth will probably let Gennaro know that we're coming anyways.
Oh, dying over here. All right, so the consensus is head to the Golden Spoon. All right, so if I remember correctly, you arrived roughly in the mid afternoon when you arrived at Telthassil, which would
Yeah.
be about
Uh,
like 3 o'clock ish in the afternoon. Knowing that if you were to leave immediately, you would probably have to spend at least 1 day in camp to get to Volstagg itself. Even if you go to the Golden Spoon and get your horses.
That's fine.
So off you go. You leave Telthassel, and as you leave, right, you leave this wondrous construction, this massive hollowed out tree filled with rooms along its outer shell and stairs and elevator systems, and it's quite, you know, quite an engineering marvel, being that the elves basically used magic to get the tree to form all of these naturally out of its own body. And as you leave, I will drop a little bit of lore on you. So, in passing conversations, trying to get things around and get your meeting, you end up talking to a few people here and there. That is when you learn that this tree that is in the heart of Telthassel, the very lifeblood of the elven nation, is called Nal Igor. Nhal apostrophe Yggor. Nal Igor. It is a great tree, almost almost like the heart of Terra. It is tied deeply into the planet and its history.
You said the heart of Terra, as in like the god or the goddess,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, correct. And when the elves came to this land, they
Gotcha.
saw the beauty of the tree and they wanted to do everything that they can to protect it. And the best way that they could come up with was to integrate it into the society, making it a focal point, a place not only of governmental dealings, but also a place of worship as well. Leaving Telthassel, I figured he probably spent maybe a couple hours there, right? So it's around supper time when you decide to leave Telthassel to head to the Golden Spoon. And the second that you leave the borders of the city, that same oppressive "I'm being watched" begins to creep in as you go through
Does
the
anyone
full.
else get this weird fucking feeling about this place?
I have a strange feeling
That
every
I'm being
time we come through
watched.
here.
That'd be because we are being watched.
Are we?
Yes, there's lots of elven soldiermen looking at us. Saw them coming in last time.
Can I look around and see if I can notice something
Sure, give me a perception check.
Nope.
about that? I might not see the tree that's standing in front of me. I might run into it.
Just starts looking around,
It's an
trips over a
11.
root.
Yeah.
And what'd you get on that? I didn't quite hear it.
11.
An 11. So on an 11, now that Corbin has said that your nerves are kind of shot, you're like, what? And you're looking all around, and you're looking up in the trees, up in the branches, and every time you look, they're empty. But you have this distinct feeling in your head that as you look, it's like you feel like you just missed something, but you can't place your finger on it.
That's
But
creepy as fuck.
but again, it's just you're being watched. You can't explain it. You can't see it. You see no proof of it. But something or someone is watching as you go through the forest.
I Paris would like to turn around and look and see where we're at, as we're traveling. Would like to turn around and see if he can see the top of the tree where we looked out and we could see all the kingdom from the top of that tree.
Hmm.
He would like to turn around and see if he can see that tree and see where they were probably at.
So you're turning around and you want to see if you can see the big tree that was in Teltassel?
Yes,
All right.
that's how we could see out and see basically the kingdom area.
Hmm.
I'm wondering if where we're at, if we can see the tree.
Ooh.
So deep within the forest of Lethanti, you turn around and you cast your gaze skyward to see if you can find the tree. The canopy of this forest is dense. Very little sunlight comes through. You see little shafts of sunlight as the sun is starting to set in the west, coming through between the leaves, casting weird shadows all over. But the canopy is so thick, you cannot, in fact, see Naligor uh, from where you are at because you cannot see it through the canopy since it is so thick.
I think if they wanted to attack us, they would have done it on our way through here the first time.
Yeah, it's still creepy.
Just
What's
doing their
not creepy
jobs.
to you?
What?
I would concur with Corbin's thought.
So we don't
I
do
can
anything
see that.
to provoke them. We should be fine.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
I
I wouldn't
directly
think
look
so.
at Nanak when he says that.
Why do you look at me?
Nana.
Mm,
I
you're
wonder.
just you're a handsome man.
So
I did not borrow any of their wine.
You, yeah. I know.
oh my goodness. He likes his elven wine.
That's fair.
That is
He
fair.
does.
He
He
does.
does.
So as you go through, you follow the same route that you took to get in, right? And again, you pass through, a small village on the outskirts, the first village that you came into. Again, you see how the elves, through their knowledge of magic and connection with nature, have made their homes out of the trees themselves. Again, it's not like they cut openings in them or not. It's the trees themselves growing into their abodes and shops and whatnot. And again, you see some elves, going about their daily business in this town, and they kind of look at you as you cross their town, and it's like travelers. They don't seem too concerned.
I
As
console
you
myself with them.
as you leave, again, you're feeling that oppressiveness of being watched. But as you leave, you begin to see out in the forest gray wisps of fog and mist. It is starting to approach evening, so it is cooling, and the moisture that is kept within the floor of the forest now slowly begins to rise up as a pale mist. There is no avoiding it.
Okay.
You're going to have to go into it.
I don't like that word. I don't like that word after our most recent discussions.
Glad we're on the same page.
Well, with no option to avoid, you go into the mist, and it's
I stay
cool,
close.
cool and quiet. In fact, it
Yeah.
as you, as you
Sorry.
as you enter, you kind of notice that the sounds of the forest disappear.
Hmm,
Right?
hmm.
You The birds that were chirping before are silent. The small animals, the squirrels, the muskrats, they go silent as well. You don't even see a rabbit cross your path, but you're on a trail, so it's all fine.
Jeremy, can I use Eyes of the Grave?
Sure. Can you post it in the roll 20 chat so I can read the spell
Yeah,
or the
potentially.
ability?
Yeah, I can just copy this.
All
I'm
right.
just full of all kinds of.
Look at that. Awesome. So it's kind of like the paladin's detection. Hold on one moment. I hate to break. The wife is calling me. I have to go for just 1 second.
Yo, we
I
need to
thought it
turn
was for
around.
food.
We need to turn
I
around.
thought
Me
it
too.
was
I
for
thought it was
food.
for food as well. Normally it
Yeah,
is for
I was
food.
like, his delivery's there.
It's
It's
too early
early.
for that. It's too early.
It's DiGiorno.
Guys, we need to turn around. I don't like this fucking mist. I don't like this shit.
Sorry.
Wait.
Wait. Yeah. God.
If y'all want to turn around, it's whatever y'all want to do.
Already.
We're in it. The question is, can we get out of it?
Yeah. Look, all I got on me is Deck of Wonder. Okay, I don't know if that'll help.
Just
Is
start throwing
what?
cards at them.
It'll always help.
The Deck of
And, un-
Wonders,
and
Oh,
unfortunately, yeah,
okay.
Mister. I don't hear things right.
Yeah,
Ever.
I didn't.
In his defense, your mic did break up right when you started saying that.
Well, I mean, hear me out. It's one or the other. Y'all gotta figure it out.
oh,
Oh fuck.
Ah,
Oh my god, I'm
shit.
not prepared for this. If this is what
oh,
happens, I'm not
that
prepared for this at all
that that that
whatsoever.
is that is very interesting. I actually locked myself out.
Are any of us?
No, we're not. Level.
Like-
We are level 4. No,
Corbin's
we
always
ain't.
ready.
Caleb, give me some
Uh-uh.
money. I need to level up.
Give me
Let's get
some
a battle
money.
pass and a new skin.
You did get a new skin. You got a new haircut.
Oh yeah, thank you for that.
Shit. You're.
Hmm.
Now you can fucking just whip it at people. Bludgeoning damage.
Oh, mm.
Shut the.
Whoa.
Oh, alrighty. So you find yourselves in this
I
mist.
need new. I need new.
You find yourselves
New
in this
players,
mist,
man.
and Corbin has cast the eyes of the grave, wanting to detect if there's any undead hiding within the mist. Corbin, you do not detect any undead within 60 feet.
All right. I would like to just keep a general like eye out, especially since it's starting to get way more misty. Trying to take more time to look around,
Mm-hmm.
see if anything's.
All right. So as you do that, you're taking a particular interest in trying to see if you can see anything coming through the mist. If you can find anything that pops out at you. And as you're doing that, right? The mist, it's cold. Just a little chill at first. just enough
Oh,
to get you to go, "Ooh,"
oh,
right?
he's quiet. Oh,
But
he's quiet.
but
He
then
got quiet.
that cold kind of grows, gets a little bit stronger. And Corbin, as you're paying attention to what's going on as you walk through this forested region in the mist, you'll see movement like at the corner of your eye, right? And then when you turn to look, there's nothing there. It's just empty mists.
Just a different feeling than the elven.
Yeah,
Um,
it's a little different, a little bit more malevolent, more
Well,
dark.
is
You
there
can't.
anything that Ivan would notice, like to see if it is like anything that he saw in his dream or in his vision?
Hmm. You know what? You don't even have to roll for it. I'll say this is definitely bringing out vibes of what you experience in your dreams. It definitely is. It's oppressive and
Is
cold.
Nanox danger sense tripping?
Oh yes, and anyone with danger sense is tripping right now.
Then
Hmm.
he gets out his great axe and just starts tinkering with it as he's walking.
No problem. None of you feel like this is a safe journey at this point, but you still follow the path because you know that the path, so long as you stayed on it and you keep following it, you'll get to the golden spoon. So you stay on the path. And again, Corbin, every now and then you'll just see movement out of the corner of your eye, and when you look, nothing is there.
Are these in the same woods that we've been in?
Yes.
Okay.
So you continue traveling, and like I said, it was about a good 4-hour journey, give or take, right? And to get to the 3 to 4 hour journey to get to the golden spoon. So that means that as you travel, it gets darker and darker. Soon you find yourselves at night. If you try to break out a lantern or light a torch to light your way, all of that light is then reflected back at you from the mist, making it even harder to see. And as the night envelops you, that chill, that ever pervasive, just right to the bone, right? If you would swear it's in the middle of winter rather than late spring.
God damn.
And the landscape changes as you go through, just like you expect. Now, instead of the forest, you're in the grasslands of Volstock, with that ever present mist clinging to everything, hiding who knows what dangers. You are relieved when you see the sign of the golden spoon come into view and the building itself emerges out of the fog. The main window is lit, and you can see that the light just dancing off of the glass panes within the window. When you get to the
Are,
picket
are,
fence,
okay.
you can hear the neighing and braying of horses. You open the gate, the little waist high picket fence to go in. And in the back, where there was, a bit of a stable, you can see your horses there, resting quietly for the most part.
It's mushroom.
So you enter the
We ca-
golden. Yeah, go ahead.
we came out of the mist to go there, or we're still it's still like we went in and we're still like it never went away. It's still misty where we're at.
It's still misty. It's still foggy.
Okay. Okay.
You can't see very far, maybe
All right.
15 feet.
All right.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
So, as you enter the Golden Spoon, you're greeted with a wave of heat that crashes over your bodies, a welcomed warmth from the cold that's outside. You heave a sigh of relief as you can see that in the common room, the fireplace is already roaring and heating up the place. It looks cleaner than when you left it. Genaria must have, done a little bit of work while you were away. But the common room is empty. And Genaria enters the common room from the back room where she likes to hang out a lot. And as she enters and sees you, she says, oh, good, it's only you. I heard the door open and I wanted to see who was coming in. I wasn't expecting company this quickly.
Plans changed.
Shh. She says, she kind of nods a little bit and is, yes, yes, plans usually do change, my dear. So, what's the change?
Hmm. Look at Ivor.
So does she know? She doesn't know about my dreams and stuff. That's just Longtooth, right?
I think so.
No, you did tell her.
Okay.
Oh, did we? Oh, shit.
Because I remember both Longtooth and Genaria just kind of lounging at the bar looking at you and discussing, your
Oh,
dreams a little bit.
We got a little bit of information about my dreams, but I think we're gonna take care of our current problem right now and then worry about that later.
She nods in understanding and says, well, I hope you don't plan going out tonight. It's a horrible night to go traveling. The fog that has rolled in will hide any brigands and bandits that might try to rob you.
I think we're gonna take a rest and head for
yeah.
Boss Dog in the morning.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah. Nanak
If it's
looks up and
possible.
says, yes, we need some ale or mead or
Speak for
elven
yourself.
wine.
Speak for yourself.
She says, very well. And she looks at Longtooth, your kobold companion who has been with you this whole time. And she says, come, Longtooth, let us go make the preparations. Right away, my lady. And the two of them go in the back room, and it doesn't take long before you start hearing the sounds of pots and pans being banged together and things starting to cook. After good 10, 15 minutes, give or take, long
Nanak
tooth.
hollers back, ooh, smells good.
After about 20 minutes or so, Longtooth and Genaria return to the common room. I'm assuming all of you would have sat down at a table at this point. Longtooth is carrying a tray filled with several plates just piled high with all kinds of food: cheeses, breads, meats, fruits, vegetables. Genaria is carrying two pitchers of a steaming hot liquid. You can see the
Well,
steam rise up from the top. And both those pitchers are one in one hand, and several glasses are in another. The food gets placed down on the
okay,
table. Drinks get
can
placed
do
down on the
that.
table. Genarius sits at the table. All right, Nova, what do you want to do?
Am, am I the only one that's noticing this quiet literal mist outside that it's probably a coincidence. Like a few things have been lately, but considering we just talked about it and now it's out here, my mind's a little freaked out at the moment. I don't feel comfortable right now, especially since it started midday. Mists don't really normally start midday. Um,
Well, it didn't really
Getting
start.
closer
It,
to ice.
it didn't really
It was
start
it
midday.
closer
started
to
the end of the
night
day.
when it started.
Yeah.
It was it. She's still fucking uncomfortable.
Mm,
I
And
don't, I
and
don't, I don't like this.
and as you voice that, right, Genarius says, "Oh, there's no need to worry, my dear. It's just a fog, you know. Being on the coast, we encountered the fog quite a lot."
And then Ock looks at Janarian and like, on the coast?
Yes. She goes to the window and kind of points out. And when you look, right, you can see, through the over the courtyard um, of the Golden Spoon, and you can see the road, and you can see grassland on the other side, right? And she says, "Oh, about 100 or feet or so on the other side of the road."
No fog when we look
Hey,
out the window.
huh?
No fog when we look
Oh,
out the window.
there's fog, and it does obscure. But like I say, you could say about 15, 20 feet. So that's pretty much up to the road. And she goes, "There's grassland on the other side of the road. If you were to continue on that for about 100 feet or so, maybe a little less, you would encounter such a drop that you probably would not survive when you reach the bottom. And that is the beach. So this is beachfront property." So the food is exquisite. There's a few game hens that were on there, some slices of ham fried to perfection.
Thank you.
The the drink, the drink is different. Is that something you've had before? It is a thick brown liquid, not dark like coffee, with a little tinge of sweetness. She says, "In my travels as an adventurer, I've learned many skills. The game hen was prepared with rosemary, which brings out a wonderful flavor palette. Not much I can do with the ham, fried, baked, boiled, it's all about the same. But this drink here is one I'm most proud of learning how to prepare. It is a delicacy way down in the southern reaches known as the Dune Sea." She says it's known as hot chocolate.
I
It e-
fucking knew it.
it e- it eases the nerves and calms one's stomach so that they can sleep easier at night.
Just like elven wine.
Just stop.
Spoken like a true barbarian, though.
Right. I don't, player to character, I don't think Nanook needs fucking chocolate milk. Okay?
He's just a big teddy bear.
He is. He's just a big toddler. That's all he is.
Who likes his elven wine? I mean, you can't fault him for that.
It's a pretty blue. And
Yeah.
as he says that, he takes out his bottle of elven wine,
Mm,
says, "Don't
yeah,
like the
gross.
smell of the hot chocolate. Like the smell of my elven wine. I'm going to have a glass of it. Thank you for your offer, but I prefer this."
You know what? I think that is a good idea. Actually, no, I think that's one of the best ideas you've had recently. Honestly.
Calm the nerves.
Mhm.
So,
Does Corbin notice anything kind of weird going on inside this area right now? Like,
Like weird how?
is what's her name? Genera?
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Genaria is acting
Is
funny.
is she acting funny, or is she kind of it's kind of the same as the first time we met her?
Kind of the same.
Okay.
I mean, if you're trying to discern whether or not a temporal displacement has happened, no.
honestly, I'm not even gonna drink the chocolate milk. I'm gonna just drink my water, and I'm probably gonna eat very little
So
for the time being.
Genaria sees Nanak bring out the elvish wine. And there's a little sparkle in her eye when he sees that. She goes, "Ah, man with good tastes." And she says, "One moment." And she gets up and goes behind the bar, and she comes back with several, glass crystal goblets. Places them down. She has one herself. Sits across from Nanak, and then offers him her glass, saying, "Well, if you're in the spirit of sharing."
I'm not drinking that shit. I'll drink the hot chocolate, but I'm not drinking the elven wine.
Never will I ever again.
Nanak, you're muted, so I don't know if you're talking.
He's too busy chugging the elven wine.
Chugging things.
Yeah. Uh, there might not be any more left.
Oh my goodness. All right, so yeah, I mean the food is fantastic. The hot chocolate eases your stomachs, and eases the tension in the room a little bit, calms you down. The warmth, just it warms you from the inside. Like chicken soup. It just feels good. You know. And if the knot comes back, we'll have some fun. But till then,
Oh, he passed out. He passed out. Oh shit! It's the first time. Wow.
Gonna
We're
take
not
all of us
getting
to kill
passed
him.
out after
Oh,
one
yep,
Uh,
that
drink.
got him back. That got him back.
there he is.
so Nanak, Janeria is sitting right across from you, and she's holding out her goblet. She says, "Well, if you're in the mood to share,"
Ninok shares.
and you pour her a glass, and she raises it and says, "To your health, my big friend."
Warning you, Genaria. That's not. It's potent.
And Nanak, give me a perception check. Kitty, you can't be here. I know you like to be the center of attention, but not now.
But she's fluffy.
All right. So, I think, yay, Caliph is back. Yeah. So, okay, there we go.
Oh,
That's what.
there it
That's
is.
what. That's what.
What?
Gosh, that took forever. Good.
Jesus.
Excellent. Rolled a 3 on his perception. Ivor,
Actual.
Mm.
as you said your last comment, she raises the glass and you can see her wink at you. And then, surprisingly, right, she just downs the whole glass in one gulp, leans on the table and offers it to Nana. Oh, that is some good stuff, my friend.
I'm just shaking my head.
Nanak offers her a little more, and he takes a little more.
So she takes the glass and she says, your group is going to have a decision to make, I fear. One way or the other. I am not sure where the outcome is going to lie, but I sense that you are on a very perilous journey. And then again, just downs it in one.
Damn.
So, Nanak, at this point in time, now that you've had 2 drinks in you, if you want to take another drink, you're going to have to do a constitution save. And she's just like, oh, that is very, very good. It's been a long time uh, since I've had elven wine.
I'm gonna get up
And
and I'm gonna
you're
go look.
drinking it like water.
Again, she kind of looks at you, Ivor, gives a little wink, and oh, 15, excellent, excellent. So far, you're uh, you can feel a slight tingling in your fingers.
And Nanak is drinking it from his mug of sobriety.
Oh, you cheat!
Yeah, you sneaky little shit.
You ain't even enjoying the
Oh,
effects
I'm
of the
enjoying
fucking
it.
thing. He's just drinking water over there.
I'm
Accept that.
enjoying it. I give
It's
another
actually pretty
drink.
smart. It's actually pretty smart.
Little fucker.
Because if he can get her drunk, maybe she'll say something that we need to know.
And I
It's
take
more
another
likely she
drink.
has one too.
Yeah.
Oh well, So you pour her another glass, and she sits there and contemplates it a little bit. But this time, instead of downing it, she takes a little sip, and she says, she kind of really looks at you again, Nanak. Just really,
Nanak is acting like he's
Holy
whoa,
getting drunk.
shit. Holy Caleb.
ah,
It's the aliens.
Caleb, you might need to mute. Caleb, you might need
Nanak
to
is
mute.
acting like he's getting drunk.
but this time,
Oh boy.
yeah, but this time, Gennaro really takes a good look at you, Nanak. Like really, really good. So I'll roll in the roll 20. Give her a do.
Oh wow.
Oh wow. So she kind of shrugs, you
Mm.
know. Again, this time she's just sipping. And she says, just remember, no matter what happens, so long as you trust in yourselves and have each other's back, you will overcome whatever danger or threat or puzzle or mission. You will overcome it. It's a rare thing to find a family that's that strong. I thought I had it once myself, but it fell apart, unfortunately.
Do you mind me asking what happened? As I pour more of the elven wine.
She smiles and says, "No, you can ask away, my friend. I am an open book. Just
Yes,
know,"
but I have trouble reading.
she goes, "My family fell apart many years ago, unfortunately. We were close, very close. Some would say almost too close. But something unwanted happened that reshaped the entire relationship. Something I cannot forgive. So the family broke."
What happened? Did
She,
someone steal someone's boyfriend or girlfriend?
she looks at you a minute, Nanak, and then looks at everyone else in turn, as if gauging your integrity, as if gauging who each of you are as a person. And because we're streaming, I'm going to have to say trigger warning coming up next. If this gets too dark for people, please let me know because it is dark. She comes to a decision and folds her arms across her chest. She says, "I was taken advantage of. He had no right to take that. I loved him dearly. But that night, I play it over and over in my head. It was as if I didn't know him. It was as if something that wasn't Elanus was there. I fought as hard as I could, but I was overpowered, and I cannot forgive him for what he did to me that night."
Was it Elanus? Are you sure it was him?
It was him. I knew his body. I knew his scent. I knew his touch. It was him. That night was very strange. It was so unlike him. I thought I knew him, but I guess I didn't.
Not
So do
gets a
you
look
think
on
that
his face like he's just made a decision. Doesn't say anything to anybody else, but everybody can see the look on his face.
Nova can as well. Question.
Yeah.
Can I think back to um Linus and try to remember if he had one of the rings as well?
Sure. Let's do a history check on that.
Fuck ass. 15.
15. On a 15, you remember seeing the ring when he reached out to touch your farm blade.
Okay.
What ring are you talking about? I'm only catching bits and pieces what Nova's saying. I've checked all my stuff. I still can't hear Nova.
What?
Maybe that's a good thing.
Everybody
Yeah.
in my house can hear. No.
I was about to say everybody better turn their shit down because I'm about to scream. The oh, what's it called? I was trying to remember if Alanis had if he had a ring like what we have now.
From the Order of the Rose.
Uh-huh.
Yes. I didn't say it out loud or anything. I just
Okay. Gotcha.
So that is why I am here, as far away as I can get, without leaving my home.
Once you are a member of the Order of the Rose, are you always?
There have been a few expulsions in the history of the Order, not many, all of which have to be done by the king himself.
If Alanis did these terrible things, then how come he still remains?
She sighs
how
a
do
little
you
bit.
get rid of a somebody that might as well be a demigod?
She goes, he remains because the king believes in him. Do not get my situation confused. Elanus is a good man. That night, I cannot explain it. It has haunted me for years now. Don't know exactly what came over him. That night was different than other nights that we had. The king believes in him. He is a good man. He has saved this kingdom many times. And I cannot fault the king for that. He tried his best to mediate, to try to fix the rift that came between Alanis and myself. But I can't forgive him for that night.
For that night, did he own his staff? Was that new?
He had that staff for a while. Yes. We all knew the dangers of him having that powerful magic item. He swore up and down that the dragon that is upon the staff, you see it as a statue, as a figure of metal. Make no mistake, it is a living, breathing entity. He can call it forth whenever he needs it. He claims that the dragon acts as a wall that separates him from the influence of the crystal, of the godstone itself.
And I heard
Caleb who has kind of set himself in a little corner, knees up. You've seen him kind of just writing in like a leather bound type book, and he's just kind of he's listening. He'll look up every now and then, and he will, you know, when she's talking about the staff, and uh, he recalls what others have said. I forgot where I was going with this. Never mind. I forgot where I was going with this.
All that build up.
It was well, he is sitting in a corner. He's doing some writing in a the leather bound book, and he's
Mhm.
got a mug of the hot chocolate there, and he's just kind of looking back and forth and looking up between everybody talking. Nanok and Janaria talking and things like that, and you you see him about to say something, and he just pauses, and he just looks back down like, okay, whatever, and just it's like he had something on his mind he wanted to say, and just look back down like, okay, like you don't know if he was about to say something or he's like, oh, not my business, mm, just to confirm my complete brain.
Nova, you
when
were going to
you
say something.
explained when you explained the staff to Ivor Novakin whenever we first saw him, it was more of like we saw like a floating red spectral dragon, like above or on the
Mhm.
staff.
Mhm.
And the way she just explained it was not that. I just wanted to know if that was like on purpose or if that was just like details kind of change.
No details have changed. The dragon that's on that staff, it looks like a metal dragon. It
Okay.
silver, whatnot. It is sitting upon the staff with its tail wrapped around the bottom of the crystal,
Okay.
and then also wrapped around the staff itself. It doesn't move. And in fact, I think I had one of you real early on. I'm not sure if that was this group or not. Make a perception check, and actually the head of it moved. I believe that was Nanak. I got to see that.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know if it's Sam or Corbin. Yeah.
She says, "We've been alone since then, and let me tell you, there's nothing like having family." And she looks up at all of you, of having that bond, that trust. We saved each other many times in battle. To have that ripped from you, to leave you empty and alone.
Hey, hey
Oh,
Nanok.
I warned you this would get dark.
Hey Nanok. Can I have a single shot of that wine, please?
All the fan theories going on in the background, I can see it.
That's
Clickety clack.
exactly what's being talked about.
I'm sure. I'm sure. What? This is unreal. I can't believe. No, not Elanis.
Oh Bailanas. Novakin don't know Bailanas. Nova knows something Bailanas.
I know nothing, Jon Snow.
Don't be picking on me, Jon Snow, because he knows nothing.
Nana,
Hello.
Nova's asked
can
for a
I
Had to
have
shot.
switch
some
that
goddamn
dog.
wine?
She's trying to
Please.
get Driz up.
Had to switch out dogs.
I mean, I get it. What
So,
happens when you get drunk? Yeah, I'm asking for wine.
as Nanak pours Nova a glass of wine, Janeria gets up and says, "Well, I think that'll be all for me for tonight. I will head to bed. Your rooms are already prepared and made." Wait a minute. Oh, wait. There are no rooms here.
Yeah.
Sorry. She
We
says,
look at the floor, our bells are all out. Like,
yeah,
Not goes
sorry,
outside again to sleep.
that's me. She says, "I'll be sure to have Longtooth bring you blankets and pillows so that way you can rest here in the common room."
hey, Nana, can I ask you to stay in here tonight?
Why?
I don't like that mist that's out there right now. And I don't want you to be out there alone in it. Please.
All right.
Thank you. All right, I better move over to one half the room because he's about to take up the other half.
She wants to clean your armor again.
I didn't clean shit. I fixed it because it was ripped open.
He fixed it. And she
Asshole.
also told me that when
No.
she tells me to take off my clothes, I gotta do it top first.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. You gotta start with the shirt.
Slow and steady wins the race.
Yes, and it gives people a fucking warning whenever he goes to do it so we can stop him in time.
So Janera departs. She goes back into the back room, wherever it is she goes to sleep. And after a few moments, Longtooth comes out. I mean, just completely burdened with blankets. Just and plops them down and says, "Well, now, I suggest we all take a long rest. If Genaria is correct, I have a feeling things are going to move fast and furious. We must be prepared and take rest when we can."
Yeah, I'm just gonna say this freaking out loud
And not
because
just grabs his pack and lays down and puts his pack under his head.
Ivor, make a perception check.
Shit, I gotta bring my character sheet up.
Yeah, you fucking unprepared swine.
Uh,
And not
a
Wow.
fourteen,
always
yeah.
with the door
A
to his
14, you
side.
asshole.
So anybody that tries to open the door has got to push Nanak out of the way.
All right.
Do you roll if somebody wait, how does that work?
What if the
What?
knock's blocking the door and someone tries to
No.
get in?
No. If I made him do a
That's
perception
where
check,
he's laying. Yeah.
All right. So
if I had somebody do a perception check for
hmm
seeing something that a character would be doing.
he's got a 14. It
What's that come
depends.
against?
So that's fairly high. That's good mid range there. So it depends on the character that you want Ivor to notice. How stealthily is he trying to do this?
Yeah, you swine.
Yeah, you're right. You got me there. You got me there. Yes, you would notice probably Novakin's hesitation and instant like turnaround on her thoughts of Alanis completely and her pissed off demeanor, the same way that Nanok kind of would, but a little more subtle about that. Yes.
Okay. I'll just keep it to myself for now, but I'll probably ask her about that later when we're alone.
Good luck with that. And thank you, Nanok, for blocking the door, because that's a smart idea. Smarty pants.
All right, so everyone settles in. Sleep comes quick and fast.
Can Corbin do something
Sure.
uh, throughout the night? Um, he's not going to tell anybody, but he is going to more or less stay up for most of the night,
Mhm.
watching the area and also watching over Ivor
Mhm.
to check to see if he sees any strange things going on. Potentially ritual casting detect magic throughout the night
Okay. Okay.
over him and see if he like notices anything. And I will take a point of exhaustion if you want me to do that, if that's something.
Okay. That'll work. That'll work.
My
Oh,
bad.
all right. So, Ivor, during the night.
Caleb is us gonna do one thing.
Sure.
Up to the point of when he gets sleepy, or if he ever wakes during the night for some strange reason,
Mhm.
he's gonna actually be sitting by a window. With that heavy mist that was going on, and it being something similar that he recalls Ivor talking about his dream when he's described it to us. That
Mhm.
kind of makes Caleb a little bit on edge, but not completely. But he's laying or sitting by the window where he can look out at any time, and he's going to kind of watch the mist and keep an eye on it and see if anything strange happens.
Okay.
When he's awake or if he wakes up.
Okay. No problem. No problem.
Glad I ain't the only one
Mm.
fucking concerned about that.
So, Ivor, during the night, the dream comes again.
Here we go.
You're running through the forest. You can feel a presence behind you, full of hate, anger, chasing you. It's ever present. You're out of breath. You're exhausted. You feel like you've been running for hours. This time, when you break out of the forest itself, you find yourself in a plain, right? Grasslands essentially. Mist and fog as far as the eye can see. You can feel an evil presence within this fog as well. It's not just behind you, it is now in front of you. And as you turn to confront the evil coming behind you, again, you see that knight with black armor, red glaring eyes between the slits of his helmet, the rose and the kingfisher upon his breastplate. His gauntleted hands reach out for you. And he says one line. He says, "The mists trap me, so too do they trap you." Corbin, you begin to see Ivor twitch and move as if a dream is taking hold of him.
I will immediately move to him
All right. And with your
and cast.
ritual
Go
cast
ahead, sorry.
detect magic up, right?
Mhm.
you you I mean, nothing glows, but the magic that is happening, you sense enchantment, you sense necromancy, you sense transmutation, and you sense abjuration as well.
Holy shit.
It's
I would like to, while this is all, after seeing all that, I would like to place my hands above, Ivor's body and cast Calm Emotions.
All right. So, as you cast calm emotions, Ivor stops twitching, stops moving. Ivor, in your dream, right? In your dream, there is this bright golden light coming from within the mist itself. It beckons you.
Mm-mm,
It's calling to you. The
nope.
black night is reaching for your throat.
Jeremy, can we say there's like maybe like a white crow in one of the trees in the forest?
Sure, sure, we could do that. And as that knight approaches you with his hand outstretched, you're looking toward the light, and a branch of a tree comes is poking through the mist, and you see a strange sight upon its branch. It is a crow, but a crow unlike any you've ever seen. Crows and ravens are generally black. This one is solid white. It caws at you, looks at you, its eyes piercing you, and then it takes off and flies towards the golden light. Do you stand still or do you follow?
Mm, I'm gonna follow it.
All right. As you follow it, as you break away from the black knight who is pressing upon you, you hear the knight scream and yell in anger behind you. You'll never be free. Nothing can set you free from my grip. And as you run towards that golden light, it gets bigger and bigger. It's as if now you're running through a whole tunnel made of the golden light. And as you leap to get into the center of the light itself, you wake up in the common room of the Tavern of the Golden Spoon with Corbin leaning over you.
I got you, friend. Do not worry.
Thank you. What the hell just happened?
You tell me, friend.
I had another one of my dreams, and this time in it, I saw a white bird, a golden light, and just something in me told me to run that direction. And after moments passed, I woke up and here you are.
I'll just kind of look at you and smile. The gods do work in
Well,
mysterious ways, my friend. I'll just kind of pat him on the chest and kind of stand up.
So,
when Ivor starts that shaking and the movement that he does when he's in the middle of that dream and Corbin goes over to him,
mhm.
Hale is going to take a good look with his, his night vision eyes and see if he can see anything weird or out of the ordinary in the mist out the window.
The mist swirls and moves. The mist doesn't sit still. It's as if the mist is trying to follow you. It's as if the mist is trying to claim you, but you are inside the building and it cannot get in. And when you hear Ivor's voice and the exchange between Ivor and Corbin, the mist becomes still, no longer swirling, no longer moving.
Nanak
Okay.
has watched since he heard Ivor start moving and just felt with his skin to see if he felt anything creeping under the door. He felt coldness, but nothing
Yes.
else.
You would feel coldness if so let me play with that just a little bit. So as you're laying at the door, your feet up against it, you feel that coldness. That's what woke you up. It wasn't Ivor struggling. It wasn't Corbin talking. It was the coldness that you could feel coming through the bottom of the door. It chilled your feet so much that it woke you up. And as you were coming to into that realm of wakefulness, it's almost as if you could, for just a brief moment, sense there was a presence on the other side of the door wanting to get in.
Is that mist still there? Is it still swirling or has it calmed?
It's still now. It's calm, still, not moving. And as best as you can gather, it must be a few hours before dawn, 3 at the most.
Kayla's going to look to Janara and be like, "Do you have a couple of glass bottles or something, or maybe a vial, um, maybe a small potion bottle or something akin to that, that with a strong, sturdy lid that I can have?"
Well, when she comes into the common room, yes, you can definitely ask that, and she will have one for you. But she's still asleep in the back room.
Okay, yeah, he'll do that. He'll wait till she wakes up and comes out to us.
Hmm.
Out like a light.
Yeah, Nova's out like a light. She's the only one that's still sleeping. Everyone can just hear her snoring away, and anyone that looks over at her, you can see just this little bubble just kind of
Yep.
inflate and deflate as she breathes, from her nose.
The
With a
greatest sleep of
rainbow
everyone.
bridge connecting her jaws to the floor.
pretty, pretty much, pretty much.
Corbin will get out his water skin and hand it to Ivor.
I'll accept it and chug me some water. Although he's probably at this point contemplating that elven wine. So maybe he could just, be knocked out solid.
That's why I fucking bring some.
Sometimes. So as the
And
rest of the morning kind of goes on a little bit, Caleth looking out of the window, you begin to see light. So like the darkness is starting to recede as the sun begins to rise over in the east. And as that sun rises, the mist itself pull apart and separate. And as the morning goes, as the sun rises, the mists fade into nothingness. So figure it's probably about maybe 7 o'clock in the morning now. The sun is continuing its rise. Scenaria comes out. Her hair is a mess. She hasn't had time to put on her face. You know, the one eye patch still on her left eye. You know. She yawns as she comes out and heads to the bar. Reaches down, pulls out a tankard, and goes back into the back room again.
The light comes in the window, I pull the fucking cover over my head like I'm not fucking doing this.
Nanak is up, having a little mead to get the morning started.
Hmm.
talking horse he is.
Well, yeah, you got to have a little hair of the dog there to get the morning going.
If no one else objects, Caleb takes the rest of the hot chocolate and downs it.
Uh, Cold chocolate, no.
Cold chocolate milk
Yeah,
now, but
yeah.
yeah.
Even better, even better. Caleb's like, tastes better cold. You just see him just kind of tip it back real.
It's like spoiled now.
Shh.
So, as you guys begin to stir, Genaria once again comes out from the back room. She looks a little bit more put together. You know, um, hair is still a mess. You just see her
Good
drinking.
morning, Genaria.
She, as you do that, she places her, two fingers next to her temple and says, "Morning, yes. Good, I don't know."
Hush. Just
I
looks
to tell you, bud.
Any morning above the dirt is a good morning.
You see her cock a crooked smile at you, Nanak, and says, "Don't ever lose that optimism, my friend. That'll save you in the end."
It's worked so far.
She kind of chuckles and says, "I'll have breakfast made in a moment." And she goes over to the bar where Longtooth is sleeping. He's, sleeping in front of the bar. She kind of gently kicks him with her foot. "Longtooth, come on. We've got chores to do." And Longtooth kind of grumbles a little bit and gets up, so stretches. You can just, as Longtooth stretches, you can just hear the bones creak and pop. He's not a young
Doesn't
kobold
like me.
anymore. He gets up and says, "Yeah, yes, my lady, yes. So long as I still have time to tend to Nova's armor." Shannara's kind of sighs and says, "I will make sure you have time. We've got to make sure that they are fed. Come on, let's go." And the
Caleb will
two,
stand and be like, Jannar, let him tend to the lady. I will help you, if it's okay by you.
Mm. She says, she looks at you kind of dubiously a little bit and then shrugs and says, "All right, very well. Come into the kitchen."
So he gathers up all the glasses and stuff from, their chocolate last night and all the pitchers and whatever, and, carries them back to the kitchen area, and he goes back and helps with cooking, dishes, whatever. And
He doesn't get
him looking
Nanox
like a
mug.
oh, he don't touch that one. He knows better. But she watches as he moves around the kitchen area like he's done this before. Yet he looks like he's a prince. So I'm pretty sure that's a little bit weird for her, but he moves around like this is something he's done all his life.
Hmm. Well, she is a bit impressed by your prowess within the kitchen. Not expecting that uh, from an adventurer per se. And you guys, you prepare some food from what's there. There's still a little bit of ham left, and you prepare that. Some dried oats, prepare that. Chop up some fruits, and prepare a nice hot pitcher of coffee, and then out you go. As the two of you enter the common room with the breakfast and place it down on the table for everyone, you notice that Longtooth is over by Nova, who's still out like a light, and he's, polishing, well, not really polishing because it's leather armor, but rubbing oil into the leather armor, making sure that it's, uh, nice and shiny and new, and all the buckles work, all the uh, ties and everything are secure. If he finds a tie or a buckle that's coming off, he goes in and uh, stitches it back up.
Wow, what was she sleeping in?
Well, not her armor,
I
but
have night clothes. I don't sleep in my fucking armor.
Nanok does.
Nanok is Nanok. So.
And Nova is Nova.
Mhm. 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 Little fucker. Whenever I feel the fucking presence of him going towards my bag, you just you hear her fucking just like low growl. Okay,
And
she
breaks the
knows.
rainbow bridge.
Yeah, fucker. It's fine. Can't get mad at him.
well, I'm kind of expecting Nova to drop any second now as her screen is completely frozen.
Well, good.
So I'm waiting on that to happen.
He's good on my screen.
Yeah.
There we go. When the screen freezes like that, I worry that someone's going to drop.
I got good interwebs.
Jeremy, did you want me to take a point of exhaustion for that?
Yeah,
or-
let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and play that way. I think that'll work out really good.
Okay.
You're making everybody lose sleep.
So the food is there. You know, it's a good fare. But
Nanok is sitting and eating.
before you dive into the porridge, it's as if Genaria remembers something, and she says, "Oh, one moment, don't, not yet. That's not quite ready yet." She hurriedly, shuffles her feet, back into the kitchen, and when she comes out, she has um, three small um, clay jars with her, and she comes out and she, places them down. She's all honey, brown sugar, and syrup. Always works well with the oats. Makes it a little bit easier to go down.
Nanok
The smell of
takes
coffee.
the little his spoon and dips it in the cinnamon, brings it up to his nose, sniffs it, goes, "Whoa! Oh, good morning."
Yes. Try not to take a whole spoonful at one time. Spread it on something.
He puts it on the ham and eats it. Oh, better this way.
Genaria says, if you head into Volstagg today, be on guard. What you told me the last time you were here about the plot for poisoning, how it was connected to the nobility. I care nothing for politics, but you can't trust politicians, no matter who they are.
Nanok looks at her and asks her what she knows about his mentor.
Ah, yes, yes. Let's see. Shoot, I have.
Peter, uh,
All
hold
right,
on a
that's
second. Got to
that's
look
true.
up his last name.
Peter Silvermane.
Mermaid,
Yes.
yeah.
She says, "Well, I only knew Peter Silvermane in passing, mind you. They stayed at this place on their journey.
Longtooth would know.
He was very honorable, very stoic would be the better term, but polite, almost to a fault.
Yes. That sounds of him. Never be the first to strike, but always be the last.
She says, I do remember that Barathgar and Kaltru did argue quite a lot while they were here. I couldn't catch a whole lot of it, but it seemed as if the argument centered on which course to take first. Barathgar, being a dragonborn, was very set in his ways. He's an old soul. And Kaltru, he was a bit younger, but not by much. So I think age might have played a little bit in their arguments, as Barathgar didn't really like to be questioned. But I could tell that the argument was out of love and trust, and then mutual respect for each other.
Maybe that's the reason they're dead.
Who knows?
They listen to one person.
Do you say that out loud or just musing
Yeah.
to yourself?
No, I say that. I'm sitting up in my bedroll with a mane that goes this way and that way instead of this way.
Genaria sits down at the table and pours herself a cup of coffee. And she says, I am not sure how accurate that statement would be. I do not think Barathgar himself would close off any avenue of discussion on any topic. He was a trained and seasoned soldier.
He sure as hell closed off a lot of discussion with me.
Well, I can't say to his parenting style, but I do know that as a soldier, his first and main priority were the lives of those who served under him. And he would not willingly throw those lives away for nothing.
I'm gonna look to Longtooth and who's I assuming has my fucking scale blade at this point.
Polishing it
And
right away,
yeah, and
boiled
that's
linseed oil.
fuck it, Jesus. It's a calm down. No. I'm gonna look at him and be like, do you think things would have turned out different if he had that?
Longtooth looks at you, looks at the blade, and says, I do not know, my lady. Your father was a great warrior, skilled in many weapons. Maybe there is a magic within this blade that I cannot comprehend. It could have turned the
Yeah.
battle, I do not know.
Yeah.
while Caleb and Janara were in the kitchen, you know, getting breakfast ready, and he was helping her clean up.
Hmm.
After she would fix stuff, he would clean up, and he would just kind of navigate around. He says, "I have a question to ask, and only because of how I've seen others interact with one another. So please don't take offensive to this.
Hmm.
But I know sometimes girls tend to hang out together and chit chat. What do you know of the tiefling female that worked with Longtooth and that party? I think Longtooth said her name was
Oh,
Felissa.
Velissa. She says, Velissa was an enigma to me, my dear. She kept to herself. I could I could sense a intelligence behind her eyes. She always seemed to know more than what she was letting on. There was a power there, a power I hadn't seen in a long time. Reminded me of Alanis in many ways, with that power that she had. Magic is a strange thing. It offers to
Did
grant us
she
our wishes, but in the end can take our very soul.
did she ever talk about family?
Not while she was here. No.
Guess she kept that close to her heart.
Many do, sometimes to their detriment, as things that
Some
should have been said go unspoken.
or to save their own life.
This is very true.
And he makes sure that when they get finished with all this and take everything out, he points to her and says, "You need to eat too. We're not the only ones. Eat."
And she obliges, she does eat. you know, as she eats, there's some musings that she kind of says, like sometimes I wonder how things would have turned out if I hadn't left, where I would be now. But my service to the Griffin Knights is quite rewarding. It's quiet here. I like the quiet.
It's a great place to be.
I was writing some little notes to pass around.
Gosh. I'm marking off notes actually. Thank you very much.
And I make sure all the information is recorded. It's like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh.
You you see my these are my work notes. This is what I do whenever I think of something at work. I'm like, oh shit.
So as the morning kind of continues on, you finish, breakfast, and Genaria, says, "Don't worry about the dishes. I'll do that when you're gone. Just enjoy the time while you have it." Because I cannot stress enough the line of work that you are in. All of this could be gone in a moment, in a flash. So enjoy the time that you have and treasure those that are close to you.
better get going then. In that case.
But before we do, did you happen to pick up my sword while you were in town?
She
Yeah.
says, "Oh, dear me, where is my head? Yes, I forgot." And she goes in the back room and she comes out and she has a massive sword in her hands wrapped in cloth and presents it to you. And as you unwrap the cloth, you see the finest forged blade you have ever seen in your life. A pommel that has, let's put a, yeah, I'll do that. You see a pommel that kind of gives you pause because you never gave the blacksmith any directions on any type of decorations or anything that should be adorned on the blade itself. But the pommel,
Yes, he did.
Oh yeah, on the
oh,
blade.
He did.
oh, the
Yeah,
runes.
he put the ruins down the center of the blade.
That's right. Well, those are there. But as far as like the cross guard and pommel, there was no instructions. And without having instructions, it was left up to the master to determine what seemed best. And the pommel is in the shape of the head of a wolf.
Hell yeah.
Fuck you.
Nanak looks at the sword and says, "A beautiful sword.
That means a lot
Wield
coming
it
from you.
well. Wield it well."
So for this sword, normally I wouldn't do this for a forged weapon per se, but I will do this because I think it will further the story a little bit. Um, D&D 5th edition got rid of masterwork pretty much, which I kind of disagreed with. So this is like a, this is such exquisite craftsmanship, right? That I am actually going to let it be a great sword +1.
Yo.
Yeah.
And if it runs off your wisdom modifier like we were planning, instead of your literal strength, then fuck
Well,
it.
he can change his strength score. He just has to, start, lifting them weights a little bit.
He's got to do something
Carry
right.
Nanak's back.
Get up in the morning and do them push-ups.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I'll do
a-
4,000 push-ups every morning.
as you guys get
Damn.
ready to leave, Genaria kind of comes over to you, Corbin, and she says, "I see you're the strong, silent type that lets your actions speak louder than your words. One from your order, Kaltru, he was here. He was part of the group that Barathkar was with. He was a lot like you, left a lot unspoken. It's a strong trait, my friend. Believe me, it takes more to hold one's tongue than to let it fly. But don't let that strength prevent you from saying what needs to be said. When times come and decisions need to be made,
He raised me with another member of our group, taught me lots of things. He was more of my martial trainer. He told me that everyone has weaknesses in their stance. Told me how to find them, how to watch. They also taught me how to read people, to understand that we're all guarding something. Whether or not we want them to know, other people to know what we are guarding. He taught me how to be able to determine that and work with that.
Wise words. Definitely ones to live by. But like I said, it is a shame when things progress to a point where, had you said something sooner, might have prevented a calamitous outcome. Just be wary.
Always. Thank you for your consent.
And with that, as you guys begin to pack up to leave, you see her, slowly begin to take the dishes back. She's not fully awake, really. She's still rubbing her eyes, and her feet are still shuffling amongst the floor as she takes things back into the kitchen. Longtooth grabs your pack, Nova, shoulders it with his, and offers you your armor.
And take it. I'll change, and I'm gonna yeah. He's lucky I got a bag of holding that like all my shit goes in. And that don't weigh shit.
He's like, "It's never a good idea, my lady, to go without it. Even in a common setting, I would recommend wearing common clothes over your armor. Never know when an unwanted strike can be pushed away by the. You have scale mail, correct?
Um, I just thought it was leather
Okay.
that was
Well,
like
all the
had like
drawing.
leafed.
All right, yeah, because like all your drawings make it look like scale mail.
Yeah, I know. I don't know. I didn't know that was a thing. So
That's fine. That's fine. He says, you never know when the armor could, you know, deflect a blade that was meant for you in your back.
I always wear it anyways.
All right, so you're all packed up, suited up, ready to go, and out the door you go. The sun is bright this morning. Figure it's about 8:30ish when you leave. You can see the sun in the sky, and it's so bright. You're just like, oh, I did not want to come out today. Oh, you know. You go to the back of the Golden Spoon to the small lean-to stable with all your horses. You find that they are already all saddled and ready to go. Genaria must have done that during the night. Saddling up, off you go. From the Golden Spoon to Volstagg, it's going to take a better part of the morning, even on horse, to get there.
Mushroom.
Figure it would probably take, oh, maybe till about lunchtime to arrive. So about noonish, maybe one at the latest. And as you approach on your horses, you're going through the Blackmore Forest, leaving the Blackmore Forest and going in through the southern gate. There's already a line of people trying to get in, and you can see the guards, letting people through, and every now and then pulling one aside, check their stuff, make sure they're not taking any contraband in or anything like that. But as you approach, you know, being that all of you are on horses and everything, fully armored, you know, the peasants, the common folk kind of just, move out of their way to let you through. And as you approach the gate, the guards look at you for a moment and just go, all right, go in. The early afternoon hustle and bustle of the market squares, quite a sight to see. People are coming to and fro. Street merchants are shouting their wares. You can hear the hammering of the smith tools upon anvils from the forges on the north side of the marketplace, just ringing through. Traveling through the marketplace, you pass through the warehouse district, and you remember the shipment that you intercepted and the danger that is posed to the country. Following the king's road.
Can I interrupt? I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm so sorry. Thank you for reminding me, Aaron, because yeah. I'm gonna ask Corbin a question on the road. Back to the
All right.
city.
Shoo, 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 shoo.
Mhm.
I assume you know the place of the name, the name of the place it came from. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm still all shook up.
Jeremy,
Just
where
wants to bring
would
it up.
Corbin be from?
So now we get to it. The lore behind the uh Balia order of clerics.
Whoa, write that down.
All right,
Sorry.
so here we go. Looking at the map that is posted, I believe Caliph went ahead and pinned it in our discussion. I would place your order. Let's do it. Okay, so you see where Torlin is at on basically the southeastern end, essentially. I'm going to place you almost opposite, up on the northeastern side, Mm. By a town. We'll call it Havenroot. Not quite a hamlet. It's a little bit bigger, so it's hosted maybe about 150 residents, right? All of it were members within the Church of Balia. There is a that is where your mother house would have been, which would have been just on the outside or the outskirts of the town. It was a massive cathedral. There's also it was completely walled by a fortified wall. There's also a dormitory there for monks and whatnot. In fact, we will call the mother house itself. We will call it. Let's do it. Um, Thinking something with sorrow in it. Let's do. I don't have a Heim. We'll call it Sorrowheim.
They spell that.
Sorrowhim. Sorrowheim.
That is the name of the cathedral.
Yes.
Okay. Alrighty.
Down.
You said it's like more northwest or
East.
northeast
the name of it.
They
like
could.
Volstagg.
Yes, like direct east, almost to the rift. So now I got to write all that down
But then he would
myself.
actually be. Then
Close
he would
to
almost
you.
be.
Yes.
Yeah, almost close to me.
Exactly.
But what was the name of the town or the village?
Haven Root. All right. So Novikin asked Corbin where he's from.
Yeah, she asked if I assume you know the name of the place you came from at the very least.
It is somewhat to the northeast, as all I really know. general location, it's a little town called Haven Root.
We'll get you back there.
One day. It's more pressing matters right now.
You're right about that. She just wanted to know because, said he has no clue how the fuck to get back there. I'm like, you gotta at least know the name.
Would you say Caleb would have been riding close enough to have heard the conversation between Nova and Corbin?
Give me a perception check, and we shall see. I'll do a
Oh,
DC.
don't you check
Absolutely.
Corbin's
I'll do
perception.
DC 15 since I know they wanted to keep it between themselves.
I mean, that wasn't.
I mean, it was kind of just a general conversation, not a secretive.
But I guess we do kind of talk quiet here and there. Nova don't talk quiet. Novakin talks quiet.
Novakin is not Nova.
No. No.
Well, if that's the case, then yeah, you would have heard that
Oh,
then, Kayla.
Yeah, good.
He would have been. He would have kind of rode up on the horse a little bit closer to them and said, "You're from Haven Root?"
Yes. Born and
That's
raised. Well, born is a
Jay's
loose
ride
term.
from south of where my kingdom's from. We're like in a very plateau plain area with a forest around us along the rift too, but north of you.
Yeah, deep in the Calcursed Mountains.
Yeah. And probably the only flattest part of that.
I've seen those mountains, yes, quite a bit when I was growing up. Never been there. Maybe you'll be able to help me
Fact.
locate my my home one of these days.
That's a plan.
See, Corbin reminds me, not to break immersion or anything, but have any of you heard of a comedian by the name of Eddie Izzard?
Mm-mm. But now I'm gonna need
Yes,
to know.
I have.
He does a bit about the monks constructing the Stonehenge. Where they're dragging the stones. They've been dragging it for days,
Oh,
and
yes.
he's like, I don't even know where I live now. After dragging them for miles. Ah. All right, so you're in Volstagg. You're in the warehouse district after that conversation, out on the road. And you pass the warehouse district and go up through the docks. Following the King's Road north at that point within the city itself, you approach the keep. The thick walls, 15 feet high, and they're at least 10 to 15 feet thick. And you've got, you can see the soldiers patrolling upon the parapet. Approaching the open portcullis as various dignitaries come and go, the guards just kind of, nod you in. You've been here before. I mean, a group of adventurers coming to see the king for one reason or the other isn't anything that is new. So, you get into the courtyard, being that you are mounted now this time. Stable hands come from the stables from the west side of the courtyard, rushing up to take your reins, assuring you that your horses will be well taken care of while you are here. You go up the steps leading up into the throne room, following the red carpet that is draped throughout the steps and goes into the throne room itself. The double doors are open, two guards are on either side. They don't even acknowledge you, dignitaries are coming in and out. They're there in case something breaks out. You know, and as you enter the throne room, again, just you got dignitaries milling all about. You see, you see King Valric sitting on his throne. This time he's upright. He's paying attention to the dignitary that's in front of him, prattling off, crop yields and trade routes and trade disputes and things like that. This time, when you see Genevieve, she's not standing behind the throne, but she's actually sitting on the first step of the dais, just in front of Valric. She's sitting there. She's got her hands crossed and uh, elbows on her lap, and she's just, she's looking, scanning the room, ever protective of King Valric. You see Alanis also on the dais. He's a little further down, more on the floor of things. Pretty much, he's introducing the next dignitary to King Valric. As your group enters, the king raises his hand toward the dignitary and stands up. Walks down the dais past Guinevere, past Elanis, and just goes right to you, a huge smile on his face. And he says, "Oh, my friends, glad to see you have returned. I hope the business that you were doing is now complete."
Gareth will kind of look towards Nova and see that she's not, you know, seeing how she's a nervous type, and he says, "Good day, my lord. Uh, seems that our findings are just getting us started on this journey. It's quite a bit deeper than first thought." And then he kind of looks to Nova to see if, she wants to add anything to what he said.
I just, well, no, I'm good.
He says,
Do we still
"Wow." Oh, go ahead, Corbin. Go ahead.
do we still have the ledgers and stuff we got from the cave?
Yes.
Yes, I was about to say Logan. Caleb has it, and he hands that to uh, King Valric.
All right. So the king
These
grit.
seem to give quite a bit of information, as I sent to you through special word. There might be stuff here that I didn't, that you might see better with your eyes than I do with mine.
Says, "Very well." And he takes the papers from you and he starts to, peruse them and go through them. And as his does, his eyes, you can see his eyes widen and close, widen and close, and widen and close. And he says, "Oh, this is not good news, my friends. Come, let us go to the conference room. I do not want to discuss this out in the open. You know, the
Absolutely.
eyes and ears of court see more than I wish."
Caleb will look to see if Guinevere's following us and if Alana's following us.
Yeah, it's those things I want to see the line as follows.
You see King Valric go towards the throne again. He goes up 2 steps and turns and addresses everyone. He says, "Messengers and dignitaries of the realm, We must take a pause in today's business. New information has come to me that I must address right away. You give me a bit of time, maybe an hour or so, and we shall continue with the day's business. I will make sure that I hear all of your requests and queries before you leave, before we close for the evening. And he looks at Ilanis and says, "My friend, I'm going to need you on this." And he taps Guinevere on the shoulder, and she stands up. And the three of them go through the door. Once again, just expecting you to follow, not looking back
Mm-hmm.
behind them.
Caleb
And
follows probably about as
um,
quickly as they leave.
I lag behind a little bit. I'm still following.
And again, you enter that squared hallway with the garden in the center. It looks quite serene. You know, the early morning sunlight beginning. Oh, not early morning. We're now in the afternoon. The afternoon sunlight beaming in. And again, you see King Valric follow that familiar path and turn left at the 90-degree turn and enter a small room, followed by Guinevere and then followed by Alanis. When the last one of you enters the room, Guinevere shuts the door and then, leans against it. Valric, with the papers in his hands, kind of slams them down on the table. And you can see he's upset. He says, "These ledges, these papers, this is not good, my friends. According to the paperwork that you have provided to me, this has been going on for several months. What you found in the warehouse district is just the tip of the iceberg that we are heading to."
Is Alanis in here with us?
Yes.
Yes.
My
Nana
apologies, Your
positions himself
Majesty.
to the
Sorry.
right of Alanis.
What was that, Nanak?
He positions himself to the right of Alanis.
Oh, oh fuck.
All right, everyone, give me a perception check then.
Guidance.
Flip.
I don't
Well,
need
I don't see shit.
You never see shit.
I
We
see
discussed
lots of
this.
things.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
you
oh.
I
see
saw the
ghosts.
I saw the look on your face the other night.
Well, that didn't sound horrible at all.
You know, in game, motherfucker, in game.
Can't see these there.
That still doesn't help your situation. Um, so perception check.
Yes, perception check. All
I got
right.
higher than he did.
So Nanak with a 12, Ivor with a 7, Nova with a 23, Corbin with a 22. And then what about you, Kalith? That 10 was for when you were on the road.
I'm doing a perception check.
Yep. And I see we're already kind of late for our break, so we'll have to break soon.
And
And you got a 10. All right.
I'm on a 10 streak today, obviously.
So everyone noticed that Nanak, sits to stands to the right of Alanis. Nova and Corbin. You notice Ilana's clock that difference. Everyone else is unaware of that.
Just oblivious Ivor over here.
He's like, I got a new sword. I'm happy.
Probably
Your
because Kale has
Majesty.
kind of probably closer to Valric, and he says, you know, when Valric says, you know, this has been going on for months, Kalis is going to add yes, and unfortunately, it looks like that my family, my father specifically, and probably my brother is in on it as well. So that's probably why he didn't see whatever Nanoc was doing.
All right. And when you say that, the shoulders of the king kind of, just slump just a little bit. And he says, I haven't had much dealings with your father or your brother, but I have heard stories. I am not sure if I am a mental match for the machinations of what your father does. No offense.
Your Highness, you can match anyone. I have seen what you did with the ham. I know. Nanak trusts you.
I know if I can.
I'm gonna. Oh, this is me talking to Aaron. I should have said Aaron. Are you gonna? Do you wanna? Do you wanna?
Yeah.
Do you wanna do that?
Yeah. Your Highness, in show of good faith, would you allow me to cast a zone of truth in this room so that you may know that we are speaking truths to you?
He considers that for just a moment, right? And he answers. He says, I do not believe there would be anyone in this room that would lie, but if that would ease your soul, I see no harm in it.
It is not just for us, Your Highness, it is also for your benefit to know that we are not double crossing you in any way.
He says, very well, be my guest.
And I will cast the Zone of Truth spell.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Damn,
let's see here, I'll
Snyder's got
just.
a pocket full of spells.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
What a god. A weasel cries.
Why,
Are you done, Corbin?
why do I feel that a reckoning is probably going to be happening here pretty soon?
Oh,
Mhm.
fuck.
All right, yeah, that's more than enough for the room.
Anybody that would want to lie, they could make a
Charisma saving throw.
correct. The DC is a 14.
Okay.
Would
Are you
pass?
done, Corbin?
He's gonna try it. He's gonna try it.
Yeah,
No.
the Corbin, his eyes will light up, and you'll see a concentration under his sleeves. You see glowing from his arms, from shining through the bandages, and then he'll just kind of nod his head and then step back with his arms crossed.
Nanak
Would
once
you?
again looks at King Balric and says, I trust you. I have seen what you've done with the ham. I believe that you can win any confrontation. And he looks over at the wizard,
Alanis.
Ilanis.
Ilana, and says, You, I do not trust.
Uh, and here we
Fuck.
go.
Cast calm emotions. Cast calm emotions. It's not
I
a
can.
concentration spell, is it?
Yeah.
Oh fuck!
No, oh wait, no.
Wait, I don't know.
Yeah, it is concentration. I'm pretty sure it was.
All right.
I'm gonna stand up. I'm gonna stand up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Zone of Truth is not though.
Oh,
Surprisingly.
it isn't. Well, then I mean, technically, then you could. Then technically, if you
Eh.
wanted to. Oh, okay. I'm gonna stand up. I'm going to go over to. Can you stop growling in the background? Oh my jeez. I'm gonna go over to Nanok. I'm gonna grab his arm. and I'm going to try to gently just walk out of the room with him.
Nanak is not moving.
That's why I'm just being gentle. I'm praying to God. Can I
Nanak
try
is
to
not
convince
moving.
him? Can I try to convince you? Please. Please come, please.
All right, so
Novikin, I did not insult. I did not make any threats. All I did was I said I did not.
I know.
I'm being honest. It's better to be honest and have everyone know where I stand than to lie. If the king knows where I stand, Alanis knows where I stand. You or know why I stand here. And Alanis, in his heart, knows why I stand here.
Okay. In that case, I'm gonna let go of his arm, and I'm gonna walk out of the room, and I'm gonna stand on the other side of the door.
you don't want to be a party to this?
No, God, stop asking me.
I will
Or,
work with
all right.
Alanis under the king direction. But after what he did, I cannot trust him.
I'm glad I'm out of that room. I'm gonna mute now.
So, Elanus turns to you, Nena. His sapphire eyes piercing straight through you. Not in an anger way, not in any surprise. It's as if he's trying to, you know, deem your character, see who you really are.
And I look right back at him.
And he sighs. I see you have visited the Golden Spoon.
Yes.
So you have heard one side of the tale and have already cast your judgment.
This is why I left.
And let me hear your side to decide.
He says, it was bound to come out sooner or later. I just wasn't expecting it so soon.
We are in a cone of truth, so tell me.
I know. He looks at the king and he bows and he says, you know my past, my lord. You know everything. And we are going to have to relive this together because there's going to be answers that are going to be needed from both of us. Guinevere, who was, by the door, leaning against the wall, stands up at this point in time and quietly walks, behind the king. Her hands folded across her chest.
And Nanak is in a relaxed stance. He's not in an aggressive stance.
Mm-hmm. Oh, she's just being cautious. Ilanis addresses everyone in the room.
Hey, Jeremy. I'm sorry
Yeah,
to interrupt you.
yeah.
I believe it's actually everybody pretty much has to roll a charisma saving throw
Oh.
right now. Not whenever they want to lie. So
On my side, everyone is purposely going to fail.
okay, and I would So they fail the saving, so they can't speak a deliberate lie, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and I would know that with the spell.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, so then the rest of us have to also. I will deliberately fail.
I failed. But
Chaos rolled an 18.
I rolled a 20 so I could lie.
have fun. He knows that you're lying, so
But,
have
but
fun.
Caleb has no reason to lie, but he rolled an 18.
All right. So where were we? We were in the office room in the back. Essentially, zone of truth being cast. Kalis and Ivor, they passed the charisma check. Um, and Nanak, what was the last thing that you said?
The last thing that I said was that, okay, I'll listen to your side.
All right.
And then King Valric, Guinevere went over to stand behind King Valric, and I said that Nanak was not in an aggressive position. He was relaxed, just sort of standing there, waiting to hear.
All right. I left my smoke stick out in the car. Damn it. Oh well. Well,
Smokes are
Ilana's,
critical.
I don't know. Ilana's size, his shoulders kind of slump, and he says, "At night, and I'm sure you know which night I'm talking about. It's a night I relive in my dreams over and over. You see, Alric, Guinevere, Generia, Gareth, Grink, and myself. We were much on the same path you are treading now, stopping an evil. We traveled far and wide those days, and I remember them fondly for the most part. But my curse started the second I came into contact with that stone. I don't know why the stone chose me. I don't know why I was so arrogant to think I could stop it. Part of me still thinks I can. See, I thought I had thought of everything, covered every base, thought of every avenue that could be exploited and plugged a hole in it. And with that, he releases his staff, and it floats in the air, just just in front of him. And he holds out his hand to it. And to a lot of people's surprise in the room, the dragon, the silver dragon that's up on top, begins to move. Wings slowly begin to flap. Its head and neck stretch to the sky as if it was stretching from a long rest. And slowly, flapping its wings, it jumps off of the staff. Its tail underneath the crystal unwinds as it goes up into the air. The dragon still stays the same size, it doesn't get bigger. And as the dragon does that, the red crystal orb falls into Elanis's hands. The wooden stick falls to the ground. The dragon gently lands on the table, its head cocked as if looking at Elanis quizzically.
Is Novikin still out in the hall?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, because she's a loser.
I hope Ivor actually says that. Just out loud.
He's a loser.
Well, Ivor can lie. I mean, he unless he's telling the truth in this part. I mean, he passed his charisma, so he can
I don't know
say
if she was
whatever
a
he
fucking
wants.
loser, so that wouldn't be a lie anyways.
But she's his loser.
God fucking damn it. Would that be a lie?
So Elanis looks at the crystal orb in his hands and says, "There are many magic items within this world. None are more powerful than the God Stone, a piece of rock. For hidden within the rock itself is a piece of a god. Those who have a stone can shape the very foundations of the world. That is the power that the stone promises." The stone can also have two pieces of a god within them,
Oh,
which is the case with this stone. Deep within the recesses of the rock, there is a piece of Loriarty struggling to get out, struggling to reform his body so he can walk upon the world once again. But also in this stone is a piece of Ahriman, forever fighting his evil brother for the sake of good and all that live within Terra. Constantly the two battle within the stone. Maddening, maddening to hear their voices. The things, the things that are said, the promises that are offered. I thought I could control the stone. So in that effort, I enlisted the help of my friend. And he points to the dragon. In the common tongue, his name would translate into Flame Strike. He is noble, faithful. His allegiance is to Draki, the dragon god. I thought by putting him between me and the stone, would prevent any corruption. For the most part, it worked. Except for that night. Johannes kind of looks at the dragon with a suspicious look a little bit. I do not know what happened. Well, I know what happened. I don't know the how, is the question. The question that constantly haunts my dreams, haunts the back of my mind, and haunts me on a daily basis. That night, the essence of Moriarty enacted a plan so diabolical, almost destroyed me. I awoke early that night, shortly after I had gone to bed. We were we were taking refuge with my uncle, Lothario, not at the capital. He wasn't king yet. At one of his holdings within Lethanti. The forces of Moriarty were breathing down our neck. We had suffered several losses. We lost Grink. We nearly lost Gareth. It was a moment of respite, and we took it. And that is when he struck. As I awoke early that evening, found myself encased, encased in a crystal prison, not in the room that I was sleeping. And yet I could see my eyes open and look about the room. I could feel the evil, the hatred coursing through my body. I couldn't stop it. I tried. My magic had no effect within the crystal prism that I found myself. So desperate was I decided to strike the prison with my bare hands. Anything to break out and regain control. I broke my right hand trying to get out. But as I struggled, I saw myself rise up out of bed and go down the hall. I stopped at the door, and he pauses and closes his eyes. And you can see a single tear coming down his face. I stopped at her door. I was horrified. I redoubled my efforts. I struck that crystal prison with all that I had, but I opened the door. What happened next terrifies me to this day. I saw myself do things, say things that I would never do. Not in a million years. Not in a million years would I do these things. I saw the pain I was causing, the hurt, the broken heart that was breaking right in front of me, and I could do nothing to stop it. She
From the
fought.
beginning in there.
She fought. She scratched. She did all she could. To no avail. But she did set me free. I felt the pain as the knife entered my gut. Felt it. Relive it every night. The cold steel piercing my skin. And then I found myself lying on her bed as she ran. A blade stuck in my belly. A broken heart leaving me. I should have died that night. I should have just let death claim me for what had transpired. I thought maybe I could explain. Maybe there could be some way I could fix this. So I pulled the knife out of my gut and I crawled to Valric's room. Upon seeing me injured, he used his divine magic to heal my wound. And I told him everything that happened. He didn't forsake me. For that I will be forever grateful. But do you know what it's like to have the one that you love do those things? You know what it's like to have the one that you truly love more than life itself reject you for something you could not stop. I do not blame her for running. I blame her for leaving. Most days I cannot even live with myself. She took refuge with the Griffin Knights, and they have given her new purpose, a new life. One that I've been told she's quite happy with. So I stay away. I cannot face her, ever. My face haunts her dreams. My face is the reason for her broken heart. There's not a damn thing I can do to fix it. So every day I suffer. I suffer with the knowledge that the one I love more than anything is just outside my reach. And I will never, never recover that. never fix that. There's nothing that can be done. So I suffer. I've paid for this crime every day of my life. And I feel that when this life finally stops, I will still be paying for that. I don't know if this changes things in your mind, Enoch. I know I never meant ever to hurt the flower of my life, the joy that I had with her beyond anything I've ever had before or since. That is my side.
Why would you keep the stone so close? The stone that took away your joy and caused you to hurt the one you love.
He says, stone is dangerous, my friend. There's no way to get rid of a godstone. There's no destroying the thing. Believe me, I tried. Oh, by the gods did I try. But the stone is better left with me than with, let's say, a follower of Loriarty. Or the church, for that matter. Either
Is that
Eramon
the
or
only time?
Loriarty's. What was that?
Is that the only time he has escaped?
It is the only time he has escaped. And the plan was diabolical. We were stopping him. Yes, we had our backs against the wall at that point in time, but we were stopping his plans, preventing his return. So he sought a way to destroy us from within, and he found it.
Nanak looks to King Balric and looks at the expression on King Valric's face.
The
What is
expression,
it?
the expression on King Valric's face is one of ultimate sorrow to see knowing that two friends, not just one, two friends suffer in pain in such a way. Looking on the outside, knowing that no words, no grants of land, no grants of nobility can fix or repair what has been done.
After looking at King Valric and seeing this, Nanak looks back over at Alanis and says, I see the hurt in your eyes. I see your tears. I see the look of pain on King Valric's face. I will believe you, but I still have a hard time trusting you because the stone is still in your possession. And if he has escaped once, he can do it again. But because of your truthfulness, I will listen to you and I will take your advice. as long as it seems honest and to fit with what we need to do.
Milanis offers the stone to the dragon on the table. And the dragon, takes it in his arms. It's like huge. I think it's like a beach ball to him, right? And the dragon kind of turns around with the stone, facing all of you. And the dragon is like kind of offering the stone to you guys. And Ilana says, "Can you resist the temptation of ultimate power? If you think you can do better, take the stone."
I am no magician. I am no sorcerer. I am a simple barbarian. I speak what I think, and I think what I speak. I know no magic ways. I could not handle the stone.
And the little dragon carrying the stone waddles over to you, Caleb, and offers it.
Comes to me.
Yep.
Who does, the dragon or
the dragon carrying
Alanis?
the dragon carrying the stone, the little dragon on the table.
Comes to me.
And offers you the stone.
He no, in their machines. He doesn't know whether to. You can see him kind of hesitate, like he doesn't know what to do, and so he doesn't. He does extend his hand, but not for the stone. But he actually pets the top of the dragon's head and says, "It's not for me, little guy. I'm sorry."
And then the dragon waddles over to you, Corbin, and holds the stone up to you.
Corbin will bend down, look deep into the stone. Looking to see if he can see the fragments of the gods.
So as you peer into the stone, looking long and deep into the red recesses of the crystal, you think just for a moment, a brief moment, a flash, and then it's gone. You can see a golden griffin fighting a black scorpion. Which is, the emblems of Aramon and Moriarty.
Corbin will nod and stand up. My God is not here in this stone, and I shall pass.
And then finally, the little dragon goes over to you, Ivor, and offers up the stone.
I have enough bad visions. I don't need this. But I will walk out after that where to out to where Novakin is. I'm just gonna. So I saw that look on her face earlier when old girl was telling the story, and now he's telling his story. So all this very sadness, all that sadness is rumbling around through my brain. So I'm just gonna go out there and give her a hug just in case she needs one.
All right. And as Ivor gets up and goes to the door, the last thing, Ivor, that you see out of the corner of your eye, you see the little dragon walk over to Elanus, and the staff rise up from the ground. And with a giant leap, the dragon leaps on top of the staff, placing the crystal at the top, wrapping its tail underneath the bottom of it, and once again resumes its position on top, spreading his wings open majestically and then freezing still.
As it should be. You with the greatest magic and the most power holds the stone. But never forget, it's escaped once. He can do it again.
Johannes says, I am always vigilant, but I am only mortal. That is the danger of anyone that has a godstone.
Nanak looks out over the room and says, I'm sorry if my bluntness has caused anyone to be uncomfortable, but it had to be done for me to be able to resolve what I was feeling.
So with that, Johannes grabs the staff once again, and it's as if years of exhaustion crash into him for just a moment, and he leans upon it very heavily. He is an elf, or half elven, long.
Nanak reaches out to steady him.
He smiles at you, Nanak, and he says, Thank you. But no more stories. We have work that needs to be done this day. Told you it was going to get dark.
Jeremy, I will say probably at this point, the 10 minutes mark of Zone Truth has expired.
Shit. It expired during the break, the 20-minute break.
back to the lies.
But Nanak was being truthful. In order for him to be able to work with Elanus, he had to get down to the truth.
And the truth is quite dark and sad.
And with seeing the look on his face and the look on the king's face, that closed it up for Nanak.
All right. So Elanus, leaning on the staff, just as much as to give him something to do, kind of, this is more of like a fidget reaction than anything, right? He begins to pace the room. At the same time, when you look at him, you can see the tears coming down his eyes. And he says, "This plot to poison the land must be stopped. If the paperwork is correct, and it has been going on for months, we do not know which food stores have been effectively ruined by this poison. With that as the obstacle before us, we are left with one choice. We must find an antidote. And I have said before, this poison is used by the guild for their top tier assassinations.
Didn't we get an antidote?
No,
We were given somebody told us something about a certain plant that was used to make antidotes. I don't have my iPad on me for notes.
Yeah, I think it was given to Kayla, I believe.
yes, if I remember correctly, that who were you
Did it come
talking
from
to?
Generia?
It might have came from Genaria on your first time visit.
To see if I can find it. Give me a minute.
I don't think it was a direct antidote for this poison in particular, but just a generic or like a strong antidote. Sorry to interrupt you. I was just
No, no worries. I think you are correct. I think Genaria, on your first visit to the Golden Spoon, when you were talking about it, I think she might have mentioned something of an antidote, which honestly was going to peek behind the curtain here. It was going to lead right into this. So he says, many antidotes have been tried. All have failed against this one poison. But I have a theory. I haven't checked it out. I haven't had the time. My theory is this poison is directly linked to death. And I'm not just saying spiritually. There is a link here in this poison to death. One I have been trying to
Yes,
decipher.
it makes people die.
Corpse Lily.
Yeah. I had a feeling that if we could. Where's my pointer now? There it is. I had a feeling, a suspicion, a flower that was born in death. Its nectar might be strong enough to counteract this poison. The flower in question is a death lily, a flower that grows on the graves of the fallen. Now, Corbin, because of your cleric and history, give me a religion check to see if maybe your order might have had something about death lilies.
cast guidance on myself as well.
Sure.
That is a 17 plus one from my religion plus another one, so it is a 19 total.
19 total. Yes, your order has heard about death lilies, but you've never. But your order, as far as you know, has no mention of death lilies having. Uh, I don't want to say no medicinal properties, but you've never heard of it being used as an antidote.
Have I
You've
handled them before?
no,
No.
you have not. Um, the order has used death lilies um, as a way to ease the pain of someone passing. The death lily itself doesn't kill the patient, it just relieves their pain and suffering so that their passing is more at ease.
We have dealt with these death lilies, some in my order. It's I've never heard of this antidote property of them, but we have used them for easing the pain of death.
Elanus says, all I would need would be a small bushel. And I should be, if it works, I should be able to produce enough antidote to administer to a wide populace.
Ira and Novakin have walked in at this point. Walk back in.
All right.
Hmm. Hands together.
See, I'm not the only one saying it. I'm sure there's bets going off and all out of table on what's going to happen.
I don't think there needs to be bets. I think it's been established.
Oh my goodness. So, Milanus continues on. The kingdom is vast. There are lots of places still unexplored. There are some places that have been explored that have since been reclaimed by nature. But what I'm going to ask you to do, few have ever truly done it.
Hear me. I'm sorry to interrupt
Yeah,
you. I am having a point of exhaustion, so it's
yep.
actually a 17 for that religion roll. I don't know if that
Ah,
really changed.
Mm.
nah, it's all good. It's all good.
Okay.
Thank you for
Okay.
being honest, though. It's all good. Yeah, he says you're going to have to go into the rift. The rift. The rift is dangerous, and I hope you are up to this challenge. People lose themselves within the rift. There is power there that makes people go mad. That still hasn't stopped the various kingdoms of the West from wanting to explore the rift and find out what is on the other side. Many colonies, caravans, travelers, warriors, armies have gone into the rift, never to return. If my information is correct in the archives, a contingent of knights of the Order of the Griffin entered the rift, intent on creating a bastion that people could go to and then strike out into the rift from that. A large cathedral was the plan to be made. I do not know if it was completed or not, but I do know once they went in, they never came back out. And according to the notes and in the archives that I have access to, that was 300 years ago. I would venture to guess any residual power, evil or good, in that graveyard that will must surely be there because no church doesn't have a graveyard. You will find the corpse lily growing there in abundance.
Sounds like we have our moving orders then.
So it seems.
Sounds like we need to go.
The more flour
Okay.
you can bring, the more antidote I can make. And I hope it works.
Yes. Hale gives him a nod. We will do what we can.
That is all I can ask.
Is there anywhere in this city that would have potentially some good information about the dangers of the rift?
Well, you could always go to the library that is there.
It's a good idea.
We may want to be doing some studying up before we head that way.
Mhm.
Nanak looks at King Valric and says, Your Highness, I am sorry for my disruption earlier. But as I said, I had to get the issues out of the way so that I could function properly as a member of this team.
Valric looks at you, Nanak, and says, It is understandable, my friend. Secrets, they destroy from within. But not all truths need to be told. But the past will always inform on the present. And it was something that I know Elanus was dreading, but knew that it was going to come one day or another.
Yes, Your Highness.
All right.
Longtooth is here during the whole thing, right?
What was that?
Longtooth is there the whole time, right?
Yeah, sure. We'll have him there.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure. Little side NPC, just off in the corner.
Polishing a blade for some reason. No.
He takes his job seriously. So, with that, as you leave the room, uh, Guinevere kind of walks around the room and opens the door for you. And as you all leave, Lana stays behind. You see him sitting in a chair, slumped over the table. The last one to leave is Valric. He takes one last look before he closes the door. You go through the hallway past the quiet little rose garden or flower garden in the center of the hall there, and then you enter the throne room from the back. Valric and Guinevere go right up to the dais, with Valric going back to the throne, Guinevere now standing behind the throne, arms crossed across her chest. And the day to day business of running a kingdom once again continues.
To the
As
library?
you, hmm?
To the library?
Yes.
Okay.
As you exit the throne room, stable hands come back with your horses. They look very well treated, freshly combed and brushed. Mount up and off to the library you go. You pass underneath the portcullis and go past through the warehouse district, or the port and then the warehouse district. And as you enter the market square, trying to remember where a library might be in this town, 'cause I don't think you've gone to one yet here.
Oh, just got drunk.
That's rule number one.
Hey, that's the only rule. You're
Let Caleb walk around. He'll find it.
Yeah, you're right.
so you pass by the southern gate and go more east this time, with the King's Road kind of curving around, going back up north where the east gate is, and that's more of the residential area. You do know that there are three cathedrals to the north of the market district. So just north of the forges is the way to the three cathedrals, right? So you'll have cathedrals here, market district here, residential here, right? And as you go through the residential, just looking for anything that might be a library, that's you do see this large stone building, quite blocky, right? Almost a straight up cube, stretches up 3 stories. It's got stairways leading up to two double doors, lots of windows on the front face and on the sides. And you can see people just coming and going, coming and going. It's quite a hopping place. There is a placard above the double doors, that of a rolled up scroll and a quill. A library, if you've ever seen one.
Mhm.
So as
Do
you
we
go up,
go here?
that's up to you.
I don't know. Doesn't look like a temple to me.
Caleb walks right on in.
Yeah.
I'll
Aw.
Corbin
follow.
will stay out. Um, I'm sorry to leave you all right now, but I think I'm going to go do some shopping while research. I'm not the best at it. Uh, honestly, libraries kind of scared me, really. Does anybody need anything while y'all are in there?
Grab me a few health potions if you don't mind.
I'll see if I can find any.
And plus,
Um,
you all have the ring to stay in communication with each other too. So
Mhm, mhm, mhm.
I am kind of short on gold. I might be able to afford a couple, but not too many.
I'll come along with you.
Caleb reaches in his pouch and hands him one of his little itty bitty, I mean, not even the size of like a small coin purse, and hands it to him, says, "Here, that should be enough." It's about 10, 15 gold.
All right.
Would you
all
like
right.
some company?
if you want to come. I won't say no. In the party
I'll,
equipment, there's 1,600 gold pieces. Is that
Nope.
that's not
Oh,
actually
that's not
there?
us. Nope.
Okay. So is this
Yeah.
shared between a lot of different campaigns?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Gotcha.
yeah, you can't really trust the gold, right? But within the campaign itself, I'm not sure if you guys are using it or not. I believe I have. Let's get into Volstagg here. Load up, load up, load up. Excuse me.
I know we have a party inventory on roll 20.
Yes, that might be the best way to go.
Okay.
Oh, you're not. You're in the other campaign. Huh?
I don't even know where to see that at.
There's 200 gold there.
Yeah.
All
Eric gave to you what he had
right.
brought from when he ran away from home. That was all that he had left.
I got
We just got
no.
Oh,
like 60 gold each from the thing we were just in with the cultists.
You do know realize how expensive health potions are, right?
That depends on Jeremy. I will hand you some. I'll hand you more gold.
Yeah, I don't.
I
I
mean,
I'll
don't.
hand you about 50.
Yeah, I
the
don't
question
see
is, do we
Caleb.
really need health potions for how many healers we have in our party? I
Shit.
guess.
uh,
everybody can heal.
I
Yeah,
mean,
to a certain extent. Yeah, I mean, what I would like to
Yeah, but you
really
gotta think,
see.
Caleb.
What I would really like to see is in the party inventory, if you scroll all the way down, there is a golden dragon shared inventory. If you still want to use, you know, D&D Beyond, to
Mm,
have someone input stuff into there.
gotcha.
hmm we
But
have
you
Makes
the
can
sense.
magic missile scroll and a potion of healing in there.
it had two of them in there. But yeah,
And
using roll
there's 200
20
gold.
is fine.
Okay.
I think we
And
only have
10.
one left. If we, I think we actually used both of them at some point because that's been in there
You
since
also
the
have to
beginning.
think that he would, Caleb and Nanoc would need their own health potions if we go off and do any type of scouting or how Nanoc kind of likes to run off and fight.
That
We
too,
would
but
need our
Nanok
health
also
potions
has
to
he has a very
ourselves.
large pool of his own healing that he can do to himself
It's good
right
to have a
away
couple.
with his path.
100%.
Yeah, but
it's always
just
good to
wanted to
have a
mention that.
couple.
I'm gonna hand Corbin 50 gold. Like, what if whatever you need, whatever if somebody needs something, take it from that.
Nod. Understand. And he'll head off towards the marketplace.
I'll follow right
Nanok,
behind them.
All right.
Nanok would also hand him what little gold he has and say, restock the medical kit that I gave you.
Understood.
All right.
I'll follow Kayla then.
So then Kalith, Nova, and Nanak are going in the library, and then Ivor and Corbin are going off into the shopping district.
Mhm.
Okay. So
Nanok's going to stay with the horses.
okay. So just Nova and Kalith are going in. So as Kalith as you know, Kalith and Nova as you enter the library itself. When you open the doors to enter, you are greeted instantly by this almost like I mean, it feels thick. I mean, you walk in and the silence is palpable, right? Dead quiet. Every now and then you might hear a cough or the shuffling of feet as someone is walking across the room. You find yourself in a large room and you can see to your left, to your right, and in front of you bookcases filled to the brim with books and scrolls, forming aisles going down each way. Same thing when you look up, you can see a second floor doing the same thing, and then finally a third floor doing the same thing. And in the center of the main room that you find yourself in is a small little desk. As you approach that desk, there's no one by it, but there is a little tiny silver bell.
I will go up to it and read the little note.
And it's just a bell, just a bell.
Oh, he picks the bell. And you see him kind of pick it up with his little pinky out and rings it.
Ling, ling, ling. All right.
Fancy.
When that happens, there is this influx of arcane power, so much so that your hairs stand on your skin, and then there's this, and standing behind the desk is a blue robed figure. Looks to be about, oh, we'll say 5'6", 5'7", long brown hair streaming out of the blue robes. The hood is up. Hard to see the face, but you can see a little bit of the chin and mouth, and it looks very feminine. The person behind the counter says, "Good afternoon. Is there anything that the Great Library of Allstal can do for you?"
Caleb looks to Nova and says, "You want me to lead the way?" Caleb says, takes a deep breath and says, "Yes. We are in search on any history or details of the kingdom from about 3 more years ago from when the Great Rift happened, or the rift that's over on the eastern part of the country. Details regarding that, and any personal stories that people may have wrote about, so we can learn more about it."
She says, "Oh, that is a very interesting topic of study. Yes, we do have some scrolls and books here. But if you wouldn't mind, please." And uh, the figure holds out their arm. "Uh, would you mind just holding the piece of the robe, please?"
Mm.
Caliph
Oh my
grabs
God, I
Nova's
would love
hand
to.
and grabs a hold of her rope and says, "Let's go."
Mhm.
Again, there's that influx of just arcane power causing the hair on your skin to rise up, and you feel it. Just as the happens, your stomach turns upside down, the world spins, colors blur into one another. You feel like you're tumbling in an infinite void. You find yourselves on the third floor.
You hear an audible but still quiet. Holy shit.
Well, this is the fun of of a high magic campaign. And the figure says, the figure begins to move down one of the aisles and kind of like tugs the robe out of your hand as the figure walks. She removes the hood of her cloak, and you see long brown hair, very feminine features. Obviously, this is a woman. Um, she because she needs to look, and she begins looking up at the shelves and says, "Where was and then she kind of reaches up. It's almost too tall for her to get, and she begins to pull out this massive book, right, and falls into her hands, and she motions for you to follow, and you go further in on that side of the floor. The bookcases stop into like a small hallway room type situation, right? There's several windows and a couple desks with quills and papers to take notes on. And she goes over to one of the tables and just slams the book down. She opens it. She starts thumbing through the pages. Let's see. Page. Right here is the entry you are probably looking for. If there's anything else you need, just ring the bell. And then in her hands is a small bell, and she offers it to you.
I'm gonna take it.
And right as you take it, she's gone.
Damn.
All right, so Kalith, you begin to read this entry. Ah, all right. Here we go. You guys
Oh,
ready for this? Ah,
Yes.
not now that you're doing all
Well, maybe
that.
not now. We'll
all
see
right.
now.
So you begin to read and read and read, and the pages turn and turn and turn. This is what you begin to learn. According to this ancient text, the creation of this rift happened thousands of years ago in a completely separate age than the one you are currently in. At that time, there was a vast civilization known as the Aldarun that rose to great prominence and power, both intellectually, technology wise, and magically. They were powerful. But at this time in the past, the avatars of Aramon and Loriarty walked the earth. Because they were on the planet, a great war had broken out. Their constant battle against each other extended to everything and everyone around them. Millions died. Cities were wiped out in their fighting. In the annals of this book, you read that a general of Loriarty rose to prominence. This general was a powerful wizard wielding magics the likes of which none had ever seen. This general rose in the ranks very quickly and became Loriarty's right hand person. It is said that his name is now only whispered in secret amongst only those wishing nothing but power and magic to rule everything. His name, Necrobos.
This motherfucker.
Well, yeah, you're reading at a library. It's time to learn some stuff.
So
It is
Necroboss. What was it?
Necrobos. Here, I'll post it in the Art World 20 chat. It's not the easiest one to figure out how to spell. Well, I better capitalize it.
Hmm,
Oh,
okay.
I almost said it right.
So, this Necrobos being the right hand man, it is said that during a great battle where the avatars were quite literally duking it out, that this necromancer by the name of Necrobos, this powerful wizard, cast a spell, and in casting this spell, betrayed his master, Loriarty, and encased the two avatars in stone.
Oh my god, I wish I didn't know things. Okay.
At which point, to the horror of everyone around, the dragon god Drake, in his infinite wisdom, descended on Terra and shattered the statues of Loriarty and Aramon. The release of energy was immense, wiping out the armies that were fighting at the feet of their god. The destructive force caused the land to split split, creating the rift. The rift is devoid of life, this book says. The rift seeps with residual magical energy from that explosion. The land itself has been forever changed by the arcane power released.
Jesus. Weasel Christ. I've got another thing to look up when we're done with it.
So that is all that you find uh, pretty much within that tome. The brief overview of the rise and fall of the Elder Ruin, the destruction that was laid waste to the land when the avatars were destroyed. After hearing that and reading that, you become to realize that is the origin of the Godstones. These shattered avatars created the Godstones.
I remember learning this last year.
Oh, that was AP history.
Mm-hmm.
This is
Mm-hmm. You're right. Man, these college classes. I'm gonna look the caliph after that, and I'm gonna. Just, do you mind if I look for something else here as well? Caliph might be busy with a customer.
she might be. I think
She
she'd
might
be
be
okay
busy,
with
but
you, going
I
off on
think
your own.
I think he'd be. I think it'd be fine if I dingling.
Phew. The same woman that helped you earlier appears before you. Is there anything else I can get for you?
I you have anything on I know you would Drakey and Droga?
Ah, Drake and Droga. Not much has been written about those two. They're very mysterious, those two gods are. They come in and out of the histories at very odd times. She says, she kind of thinks
Anything?
about it and says, I might have something. Do you want to stay with your friend or should I take you to the book?
If he was only fucking here, I'll just go. He's just like fixed on this thing.
All right.
So I'll just go separately.
I'm sorry,
So,
I couldn't hear what Nova was saying, so I
Fine, you're fine, you're fine.
just continue researching and reading the books and
yep.
anything else that that she brings regarding the gods, the Great Rift, the land of that time, things of that nature. While Nova goes and does research on what she's wanting to look up, because like I said, I couldn't hear what she was saying.
No, no problem. No
Uh,
problem. So you've been given permission to go. So
yeah,
the woman holds out her robe and says, "Please just hold on to the robe. I'll take you right to the book."
yeah, I do so.
Again, that feel of arcane power. Phew, doof. You are now somewhere on the middle floor, the second floor. Don't know exactly where, but you surrounded by bookcases and books. And she goes, let's see, treatise on the various religions, the Griffin Knights, the Knights of the Black Scorpion, the Rise and Fall. Ah, yes. She pulls out a smaller book this time. She goes, this was written down ages ago. This is the earliest known account that we have mentioning Draki and Droga. And then she offers you the book and poof, disappears.
Okay. I'm gonna get out that token that I got from Dad, and I'm just gonna set it down next to it while I read and pay attention.
All right, so you're bringing out the medallion that was in the letter that your dad gave you, the symbol of Draki and Droga, kind of like not
Yeah.
quietly intertwined, but kind of like a yin and yang type thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So as you pull that out and you begin to read, you read a tale in which Draki and Droga. Some of it you kind of already know. You do know as common course for religious purposes and church purposes and whatnot and things like that, that Draki was created by Aramon Moriarty, Terra, and Kor to be a pet for the gods, right? Uh, Kor was trying to create an item that would bring his siblings together rather than the constant fighting that they were doing amongst the heavens. Upon breathing his first breath, Draki took off into the void. Terra was dismayed. She was saddened by this. Moriarty was indifferent, and Aramon was concerned. So the three of them decided together that in order to try to coax Draki back, they would make him a mate. That was Droga. And sure enough, once when Droga was finished being created and brought to life, Draki returned. And the two of them got along great, right? It wasn't
Hmm.
long it wasn't long until Droga had a clutch of eggs, and the gods were excited to see what was going to happen. They're like, "Ooh, new life. Maybe little baby dragons," right?
Mhm.
But Draki discovered too late that Droga, with the help of Moriarty, was corrupting their brood. So Draki left once again to wander the cosmos. And because of the corruption that was within those eggs after they hatched, that is the reason why we have both good and evil dragons within the world. But because of the corruption and the vile abuse of life that Droga had done, Kor, Knowledge, Eraman, and Terra banished Droga to a prison far outside the realm of reality. And that's all that you learn from that book.
We'll be going back.
So, Corbin and Ivor, you're out shopping. What is it you're looking for?
I'm looking for potentially a new weapon
Hmm.
and some healing potions.
All right. So the healing potions, you might be able to find one at the Black and Thistle Apothecary, which is on the north side of the Market Square. So on the north side, yes, you have the forges and then you have the churches, but kind of off here to a little bit, there's some more shops and there's a lone alleyway. Going down that alleyway is where the Black and Thistle Apothecary is. When you enter, there's a little jingling sound of a bell as the door opens, and you see a small shop before you with basically it's the wall has shelves on it, and then like two self-standing shelvings that has items on it to make one, two, three aisles basically. And on the back wall, there's a small little counter where a an elderly woman. Yeah, she looks to be, maybe 60, about 5'6", long gray hair, really thick, round spectacles on her nose, so much so that her eyes look, extremely large, wrinkly face, a wide brim, pointy hat, and black robes. And as you enter, she, ah, oh, good afternoon, sir. What can the black and thistle apothecary do for you?
Good evening, ma'am. We are looking for some healing potions.
He says, healing potions. Well, it's been a while since I've been restocked. We've been having some supply train issues with Melanoder, but that's neither here or there. I've got a couple potions, I believe, in stock, and she, with more energy than you thought a woman of this age and how frail she looks, grabs you by the hand and takes you over to the far aisle and takes you down it and says, well, let's see. And she begins looking up at the shelf, and you see all kinds of various items and whatnot. And she ends up grabbing two different vials. One is smaller than the other, right? And she gives the small one, holds the small one out and the bigger one out. I says, "Well, I've got one normal healing potion and one greater."
How much are each?
Let's see. The regular potion, you know what? We'll just go like 50 gold, and the greater healing potion, she'll say is 100 gold.
Uh,
Holy shit.
yeah, I told you.
I give you 100 gold instead of 50. By the way, retcon.
Everything's more expensive now.
Inflation.
Yeah.
That darn
Or
straight up Hormuz stuff.
Corbin will nod, and I think we could go with the larger potion.
I have money if you need to borrow some.
Uh, use this. I will use this. Some of the money that they gave me for this, I believe. I also have another potion I can distribute out as well. So
We all each just got greater healing potion, I'm pretty sure, as well
yeah.
from the last thing. Yeah.
So you
What?
said the larger one was a greater one as well.
That is correct.
Yeah. So I'll buy another one of those, and he said it was 100.
Yes.
Okay. Alrighty. While we're here, I want to ask her. Excuse me, ma'am. Have you ever heard of the uh, plant called a corpse lily?
She goes, corpse lily. Well, that's only in passing conversations. Amongst us botanists, we explore the various properties of many plants, and corpse lily was a dead end. There was really nothing there.
Understood. I was just curious. We had heard some stuff about it recently, and I was just trying to get some more info on it. I appreciate your uh, your time for that, though. I'm gonna turn to Ivor. Do you need
Hmm.
anything in here?
I'm good, man. I appreciate it. I'm here for the friendship.
Oh my gosh, it's adorable.
I'm going to get matching bracelets and everything. Little friendship
Oh my
bracelets.
gosh,
Right?
Yeah, yeah,
Sean. Yes.
yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Here's
And
the
we'll take our leave.
All right. No worries. So as you leave, you go back into the square. What else are you looking for?
I was just going to look for potentially a new weapon, just kind of scouting around.
All right.
That or a shield.
what you got. You got that shield right from Nova.
No, that
That was
was
long tooth.
Longtooth's.
Uh,
I thought you already had a shield.
I do. I was just seeing if I can see what's out there.
he wants a better
Oh,
one.
damn. Okay.
We're about to go to a really dangerous location. I just want to
Right.
try to get
That's not as
prepared.
dangerous as where we could have gone. Oh,
Stay
Oh,
your ass in the library.
right,
funny,
right.
funny, funny.
Little did he know he had his ring up to his mouth. It
Yeah,
just so
right,
happened to be speaking
right.
of Nova.
That's crazy.
That's crazy talk. That's crazy talk. All right, so you go to the forge on the northern side of the market square. And again, things are hammering. Uh, Ivor, can you remember the name of the blacksmith that you dealt with by chance? It's been a while since I've thought of
oh
him.
shoot! Oh, no.
If not, it's okay. I will create another one.
Yeah, I don't remember his
It's okay.
name.
Initially, he was meant to just to be a throwaway NPC, and everyone likes to have names. So let's create another one, shall we? I think it was it old? No, well, not old Iron Toe. Even though I have that listed as a master blacksmith, that had to have been for something else. Yeah, that goes back to the older story. So you go to the forge, like I said, there's one big massive forge surrounded by some smaller other ones and anvils and apprentices and master alike are just hammering away on wonderful metalworks, right? As you approach, you see that there is an elf with long black hair tied back in a ponytail. Um, he's got green eyes, uh, slightly tanned skin, but just dirty from all the soot of the fire. And this elf is expertly working a piece of red hot metal on the anvil. And the thing that kind of strikes you about this, he's wearing a tabard. This tabard is an anvil with a closed fist in front of it and a hammer being held within the fist. Right? And as you approach, he kind of clocks you, and he's just kind of watching you as you get closer and closer, and then you can see him almost sigh a little bit and puts down the
I will
hammer.
say I will patiently wait for him to finish his current forging of that heat before I approach him fully.
Well, he
Spectrum.
see, he sees you doing that, and he nods his thank you, but he does stop. He says, "It is okay. It is just merely uh, a trifle. It's not going to be a masterpiece like I thought. I had tried, but I'm going to have to try again." Such is
No,
the
no,
way
just
of craftsmanship with art, trying to pull the most beautiful thing out of something that is plain and ugly. But that is neither here or there. Well, what can I do for you, good sir?
did I recognize that symbol by any chance?
Sure. Don't even have to roll for it. This is the symbol of the hammer fist. The hammer fist is a guild, if you will, of craftsmen, top tier craftsmen. Like they just don't let any blacksmiths or leather worker or anything in. You have to be near master of your craft in order to get in.
Gotcha. Good evening, sir. My name is Corbin, and I'm currently looking for a potentially better weapon to aid my travels into dangerous locations.
And you're wearing your full armor and you got your shield on your back and all that,
Correct.
and your sword on your belt and
It is a mace.
or mace, right?
Yeah.
So the elf, puts his hands on your shoulder and he kind of turns you this way, turns you that way, and turns you forward. Well, of course you are. This equipment is horrible. My God, how are you surviving in the wild with such shoddy
Man.
work?
The gods work in mysterious ways.
That they do, my friend. Well, let's see. You are going to need a full makeup here. Oh my goodness, this is horrible. I will not have you leave my stall without anything less than the best, my friend.
I do appreciate the offer, but I unfortunately do not have the coin to pay for all of your services, my friend. It
He
would
said,
be
he
go.
said, he kind of stops you and says, Coin does not matter for me. You are an adventurer, correct? You go off into the wild, into the strange places. I will outfit you as best I can today. If in return that in your travels, if you find any rare ore or any metals that look strange, bring it
Uh,
here.
who all is around? Can I see? Like, are there like a lot of people in the area, or is it just kind of like
Uh,
him in this one room?
Well, it's not a room, it's all out in the open, right? So if you if
Mhm.
if you imagine there's a massive forge in the center, right? And then we'll say there's like some poles sticking out near the top, and then on those poles is cloth that gets twisted into like awnings that spread out. And each little spoke of an awning, right? There is an anvil and a smaller forge and someone working it. Say like all the way around, there's maybe we'll say about eight, right? So there's eight little tiny stalls then basically. And there's a little bit of space between, and there's people coming and going. I mean, it's a pretty busy afternoon, but where the one that you're at, no one's really going to care about what you're talking about. No one's. It's just like you're doing business with someone. This is a business transaction. It's no one else's business.
I'll speak in Elvish to him.
Okay.
Um, I kind of just look at Ivor and then look back at him. Do you know much about the Great Rift?
His eyes kind of go wide as you speak to him in Elvish. He did not expect that. And he responds in Elvish. And he says, in my youth, I had always wanted to go there and check it out myself. But I never did. I never had the courage to go. And when he says in his youth, I mean, he's Elvish, obviously, but he doesn't look over the age of 25.
And Corbin will nod. We have plans to potentially brave the rift. I know it's dangerous. That's why I'm looking for better gear, honestly, to help protect myself, to also protect my companions. I'm sure I can find some potentially valuable resources out there. Would that be a fair trade to you?
He kind of ponders that for a little bit, right? There's a little glint of his in his eyes. He kind of smiles and he says, "Yes, that could be quite interesting, my friend. You have given me a very interesting proposal. And in response to this proposal, I will say this. Let's go with. No, I don't want to do another. I don't want to do another. That I, Mathalius Gold Whisper. I gotta write this down myself now.
Yes.
So Methal Methal IUS Gold Whisper.
Gold Whisper, is that what you said?
Yeah, Gold Whisper.
Whisper.
Master Blacksmith. Oh, the Hammer Fist. There we go.
I remember that name.
He goes, Mathalius Gold Whisper. I will sponsor an expedition into the rift then, if you and your companions are willing.
Corbin will nod and place his hand out, making sure that his ring is visible,
Okay.
and goes for kind of a reach out for a handshake.
All right. And Mathalius shakes your hand and says, excellent, excellent deal. I think good things are going to happen. And then he kind of looks over your shoulder at Ivor, right? And then he looks at you. Is he with you as well?
Yes, this is one of my traveling companions.
And Mathalius walks over to you, Ivor, and he kind of just, circles you a little bit, right? And he says, well, I cannot deny the craftsmanship of the greatsword. That is amazing piece of work, my friend. You must have paid a pretty penny to get that done. But the rest of the gear is it's garbage.
Maybe you could make me something as well.
He says, your friend and I have come into an accord. He says you guys are going into the rift.
We are.
So I have offered my services to sponsor your group going into the rift. Meaning, game terms. He will fund all things that you need to go to the rifts, armor, weapons, nothing magical, but armor, weapons, right? All from the crafts that he has made, him only. With the knowledge that as you go, one, you spread the word of his work, and two, if you find any ore, any metals, anything of like value, and that's in raw state, you would bring it back to him to work. If you are unable to do that, if that is something that is unable to be done, like you don't find anything, you go out and you just don't find anything, then the cost of the weapons and equipment will come due.
Sounds like a good deal.
So Mathalius comes back to you, Corbin, and says, well, how many are in your party? Is it just the two of you?
We have a total of 5.
He says, five. Ah, good number, good number. Oh, I have such a good feeling about this. He
It's supposed
says,
to include long tooth.
no, it does
No,
not
we do.
include like that. It's long
Okay.
tooth. He says, come back in an hour so I can gather my works, my masterpieces, and I will present them to you and the rest of your party.
You're a very gracious man. I look forward to introducing my fellow party members to you. I think I have a friend that you will be excited to outfit with your gear.
Mhm.
Oh, we shall see for thinking the same person. All right. So with that, let me write a note because we've kind of overextended this, and I don't know how long people want to stay. Natali's Golden Fist. Uh,
So we can save this till next time if it gives you some time to prepare a
yeah,
bunch of different items.
get a bunch of different items going. Uh, just made a deal to sponsor groups adventure to the Rift.
Hell
If
yeah, new Under Armour gear.
right,
Under Armour, okay.
Works for me.
if no ore or raw materials are acquired, preferably rare materials, then cost of outfitting will be due. Matthias. Say. Ooh, I kind of like that. I think that will work out real well. All right, everyone. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to stop the recording. I think
Okay.
I just think I do this.